fuck it, we ball becomes far more weighty once we account for the pre-existing axiom that is, ball is life. For the latter effectively transforms the former into, fuck it, we live. And what maxim could be more gravely important than that which urges man to persist at all costs?
Oh, holy shit! They just fucking ripped her clothes off.
Fuck it, we'll do both. I'll use my tongue.
I have no idea what's going on. Oh, yes. Yes, brilliant. It's just like a child. All you need to do is beat it hard enough, and it'll work.
Oh, yes, Daddy.
No, not that. No, that was the wrong one. I know, Fandral. That's the fucking point. What the Oh, that was, no, fuck you. No. Woman, don't hurt her. Are we back? Wait, shit. Did I, son, I don't care about artificial insemination. I impregnate all my employees naturally. This is a place to be racist towards Asura, goddammit. That's better. Anyway, I'd pick suicide. Only they spent more time thinking about diversity, then the game wouldn't have bugs like this. Should've mentioned your name when the Jeff Bezos is deep up inside my asshole collecting his $2.50 from me. What the fuck's this red stuff? Why didn't he explode into light and wave goodbye? I can't do shit, I'm stuck. He can't. I'm pressing everything. I can't do anything. He's fucked. Take this out of context. What you're telling me is that these fucking riggers are a problem in our society.
Community has had over the course of these last several years
of being insane.
And be polite. Give them the
Get a 24-inch cock around.
Retarded's coming back into fashion. I tried to say that without laughing. Oh shit!
Really fucking shitty to me.
Oh Jesus, fuck.
Only the real connoisseurs will understand this one.
Fuck them kids.
How wide my fucking legs are on this thing. I've ridden a before, it wasn't this wide.
His sister drank his pool water.
By that same standard, Sawman, you're 100% responsible for murdering ESO. Now, I know that a lot of what I said is very non-acceptable in society and stuff. But there's two things I want you to understand. Number one, a lot of what I do is jokes. And number two, I'm allowed to do these racial jokes because I'm actually mixed race. You see, my dad's white.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
And my mother's Italian. Give me a second. I see the multi-chat's broken as fuck right now. Not sure why. That's just life. Oh boys, what a fucking day it's been. What an actual last 2 days it's been. I can't believe it. Actually, I'm astounded. I'm stunned that these people still exist. There's a particular breed of human being that I thought had gone extinct. That had like slinked back into the shadows. That the rest of society no longer had to deal with anymore. And god damn it, was I wrong. I was so wrong. Now, if you saw the short that what I'm talking about relates to, you know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. You know exactly what I'm talking about when I say this. So before we get started, we're gonna pull that out. I'm just trying to get Twitch to play nice right now. Yeah, it's Twitch that's broken. Let's just disconnect that. Oh god. Remember everyone, if you're going to bathe your cat. Trim his claws first. No. Have fun. Hit him with the hose pipe while you're at it. Nail him out. Make sure it's a day you'll never forget. Or you could just do that other thing that, what's her face? I think it's her son's girlfriend now. That one chick who, like, feeds her cat vodka and, like, launches him, like, across the fucking room for no reason. You could always do that. That seems to work. People seem to love that one. God, why is the Twitch chat always such a bitch? You know, I've noticed like a noticeable drop in quality when it comes to Twitch chat for some reason. Hey, there we go. Now it's working. Did you stitch a fleshlight into that muck plush yet? No. However, one of you, you know what? I'll save it for later. I'll save it for when it's ready, for when it's prepared. I'll keep that one to myself, because I'm not sure if the person who sent me a certain thing wants their name said or not, or whether they wanna keep their shame to themselves. I mean, if I was them, I'd want to keep my shame to my fucking self. Right. Now let's see if we can get Twitch to behave. There we go. Right. It seems to kind of be working. It's the best it's gonna get. That's okay. It's working somewhat. That's good enough. It seems to be... Nope. Nope. It's not working again. Nope. Fucking hell. Why is it always Twitch that does this? Okay, it's connected to the event sub. It should... Okay, there we go. There we go. Somehow, of all the platforms my multi-chat connects to, Kick is the one that gives me the least amount of trouble. What's up, Spider? Or SRS title, and it's not April. Listen, I saw one of my favorite creators create a video recently, and I really, really, really wanted to watch it today. So, this is how it's going to work today. I'm going to give you a little bit of a story time. Something that happened. If you've seen some of the shorts that I made. If you look in the comments. Because I look at the comments. I read every comment. Maybe I need to stop doing that. Then, we're going to take a look at some videos. It turns out that there are, I think it's 4. There's 4 videos I want to watch. One relating to old school RuneScape, and the others relating to the fact that the Gabe cube exists now. The box to solve all problems finally exists. And I'm so fucking happy about it. I saw the announcement on Twitter, and I was like, oh my god, this is the best idea Steam has ever come up with. And then, we're going to do a little bit of Griffon hunting. Now, let's start off with a little bit of a story time, why don't we? For you see, what I've been doing with my second channel very recently is I've been trying really hard to, develop a mild amount of consistency, right? So what I do is I post a bunch of shorts because they're easy, they're quick, I can make them. It takes me like a few hours, but it doesn't take very long. It's not too difficult. I made this short right here. And it just all went downhill from here. But you mean the full map? Wait, what do you mean the full map? The Crystal Desert. Very tame background. Yeah, I ran out of the good ones. Entire fucking game without knowing that was there. I've been zooming in and out like a complete retard.
You know, every day that passes in my life, I feel like I've hit a new point of retardation only to discover that I can go lower. So, fairly innocuous, right? I don't even understand how someone could be offended by that. It doesn't make sense to me. That's like level 1. And then you go into the comments. And I got my favorite comment recently. Because the language police, the language police showed up. I thought we left these people behind in 2018, but no. They're still somehow alive and kicking. Somehow they haven't swallowed their own toothbrush and choked to death. Somehow these fucking guys have not eaten a Tide Pod or a bar of soap and died of intoxication. Who the fuck in 2025 is so pearl clutchy that they get upset at the word retard? Who the fuck is getting upset at the word retard? I'm not even calling anyone else a retard. I'm calling myself a retard. My God. Oh, fuck. I was so fucking excited to see this person. And I figured I could use them as an explanation as to why I behave the way I do, right? So I'm not going to read you this fucking novel, right? Obviously, this person then threw a temper tantrum. They didn't like what I said. And I thought, you know what? There's no convincing this person. I'm just going to drop it after the second message right here. I was really hoping I could keep a chain of messages going. I really wanted to see how long I could actually get them to keep responding. I do this all the time. And then something happened. And I'm praying to God this is not a bot or a troll and that this is a real person. I really, really hope this is a real person. Someone came to my defense. Someone descended down the mountain and graced us with his presence. Super Mango Man 02E. I cannot fucking believe it. I hope to God this is not a troll. I'm praying that this is a real human being. Hey, we got a downed Avenger. We do! I'm so fucking excited about this. I cannot believe this. This is what's devastating to me, is this guy has an actual condition, right? Assuming this guy is real and not a troll. This guy has an actual condition, an extra chromosome that makes his life more difficult, and even he could understand the concept. First time watching, fucking finally. Well, welcome to the most mentally ill place on the internet. I cannot fucking believe it. The fucking Downey, this guy right here, the guy who would actually be called medically retarded, is actually smarter than the guy over here. I can't fucking believe it. Imagine being out fucking skilled by a guy with Down syndrome. Like, okay, first fight, fair. They've got that Todd strength going for them. You're not gonna win that fight. They're gonna fuck you up, right? But in words, in verbal jousting, to be taken down by Super Mango Man? I cannot believe it. I am so excited. I really hope this is real. I'm praying to God this isn't a troll. I really hope that this is like an actual real guy. Because I'll be so happy for him. He fucking just styled on that bitch. I can't believe it. Oh, fuck me. I also can't believe that these little rats right here still exist. This is astounding to me. This is fucking stunning. I'm so excited. They still exist. They're like a rare species these days. You know, the whole language policing thing has kind of fallen off over time. It was never going to last because people eventually got tired of it and bored and exhausted. Hello. Can I help you? You want to go out? Okay. Give me a sec. Yeah. Come back. Come back when you're done, man. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I was supposed to
you know, I was supposed to... I keep doing this. This isn't why I'm a professional streamer, because the correct response, again, is supposed to be, you know...
Kaya, please just f***ing go...
I'm supposed to do that, and I just keep forgetting. One of these days, I'll get it right. God damn it. I'm, like, so excited. Like, I like, had a little, like... My heart skipped a beat in joy at the fact that this guy here, Gnome 4723, existed to try and police language. 3 shocks IGN. I'm so happy to see him. I can't believe it. Also, thanks for the resub one event. I can't believe it. It's astounding to me. It's beautiful. Eventually, I think that these people, I'm shocked that it hasn't happened yet, but eventually I think these people are going to get bullied off the internet. And they're going to have to either change their ways or just shut the fuck up. Did you destroy the shock collar after the stream? Nah, I just kind of dumped it in a pile with a bunch of other stuff I haven't looked at for a while. Eventually I'll have to clean it out. I might use the shock collar again on myself for other events. Or maybe not, because honestly, that shit hurt. That shit really fucking hurt, actually. But I just had to show you that, because I cannot believe that the language police got styled on by an actual guy with Down syndrome. I can't believe it. Like the plush next to the Vaseline. Well, I got something else that needs to go next to the plush. Don't you worry about that. I'm still planning out how do I do this exactly. I think so. Here's the problem. There's another item one of you people have sent me. And the problem is, I think if I show the item on stream in question, I may potentially get banned. I'm figuring out how this works exactly. I'm trying to find a workaround. But you know what, we'll figure that out later. We'll worry about that later. Right now, there are very few videos I want to look at, and then I want to start Griffon hunting in Guild Wars 2. Hell, fuck it. Maybe if I get to where I want to be earlier than I expect, very unlikely, I might even play some fucking Mega Bonk later. But for now, let's take a look at one of my favorite creators. One of those people who has actual skill. One of those people who actually knows how to make a good video. Gimme. This man has been on a tear recently. He has been doing so fucking good, and he 100% deserves it. He does such fantastic RuneScape videos. And you know what's kind of scary to me? I think I like his videos more than I like RuneScape. That's devastating to say, but I can't believe it. RuneScape's a good game. To give you some context here, I completely understand why people play old MMORPGs. I've had a long time to think about it. And I think the only reason old MMORPGs just keep winning is because they know how to make a game. And they don't over-monetize the shit out of it. Now, RuneScape has a very unique and interesting history. Because old school RuneScape is not that badly monetized. I don't like the whole, you know, sign up to the subscription thing, whatever. But in comparison to RuneScape 3, in comparison to other RuneScape games, old school RuneScape is quite the fucking banger. And it doesn't feel uncomfortable to play if you just give them no money at all. I downloaded OSRS after watching Idle video. I don't think I get the game. That's because you're trying to play it like other MMORPGs. It is a game where you chill the fuck out. You put it on your 3rd or 4th monitor, and you do everything else while you every now and then return to that screen and then click on shit. It is... RuneScape is so fucking old. Let me put it to you this way. RuneScape is such an old-ass game
that it is like 100% accurate to say that there are Venezuelans who've escaped their situation in their country and immigrated through selling gold in old school RuneScape. Weirdly enough, because I work in crypto, because it's like my primary job is a lot of research and stuff that I do into crypto, some code auditing, blah, blah, blah. Old school RuneScape gold can, in a very technical sense, be considered one of the world's first cryptocurrencies. Unironically, people have changed their lives playing old school RuneScape. How terrifying is that? Even when I was fucking poor, I got bored of the eternal no-skill grind pretty quick. Yes, and so do other people, Douglas. And that's why they RMT, and that's why Venezuelans escape their country. Because people would rather pay them money rather than go through the grind. Now, personally, I take old school RuneScape as kind of like a screensaver game. I think it's the kind of game that you play slowly. You don't play it seriously. You just click around, you just enjoy yourself, and slowly over time, you start enjoying it more and more. But it is so old and so specific that I think that old school RuneScape, the death timer has started. Eventually, people are going to give up on old school RuneScape entirely. But it'll always have that player base. Until everyone in the old age home dies, it will always have a player base. Now then, why people still play RuneScape in 2025? Let's find out. Nice beard.
I can make that video again.
You run out of ideas so quick, you know what it's time to do? It's time to revamp those old ideas. This is exactly what the entire games industry does. This is what the movie industry does. So why not the YouTubers?
Fascinating thought. 257,000 people all logged into this game of all games. Some are hiding their screens from their boss at work. Some are chilling on their iPad on the couch downstairs. Some are doing exactly the same thing that they were doing when I was in school. I'm gonna give you some context. I've stated this before. My school kind of had a schism amongst the people who used to play MMOs. There were people like me who focused on WoW primarily. There were people who focused on like what was considered the lesser MMOs at the time. No one really talked to them. They were weird. And then there were the old school RuneScape players. These were the fucking gooners. And every time you had a conversation with them, they would tell you how good their jerk-off session was while they had RuneScape open in an alternate tab while they were watching porn or doing some fucked up shit. It's been a while since I've told the story. I posted the full story on this channel. You can go find the video. But essentially, I used to know an old school RuneScape player in school who he discovered a new method of jerking off. What he would do is he'd get a glass of ice water and he'd start his jerk off session. Obviously, old school RuneScape was already open while he was jerking off. And every time he felt like he was about to come, he would dunk his nuts in water. And he said it felt like he was coming, but then he could keep going. And one day he came to school and he told us the story of how he left his ball water unattended on his desk. And when he came back to his room, the glass was empty. And it turned out that the nut water he'd been dunking his fucking nuts in all day while jacking off, his sister had walked into his room and drank that glass of water. Old school RuneScape players are a problem. They were the OG gooners. They were the fucking devastating jerk-off masters. They didn't pay for a WoW subscription because actually paying attention to the game you're playing would cut straight into their jerk-off time. So they would never let that happen. So impressive. It's actually, looking back, it's actually impressive how many different methods of jerking off old school RuneScape players I used to know in school discovered. There was the guy who figured out how to lucid dream just so he could jerk off at like all times of the day, even when he was asleep. There was the guy who dunked his nuts in ball water. There was a few guys who figured out that what a no-handy is. I didn't know what a no-handy was until I spoke to an old school RuneScape player in my school. They found a way to jerk off without using their hands. They cut specific, like, holes and intricate holes into their underwear and placed them in angles. And what they do is they're like rotating their seat in fucking class. And I'm like, like, Jesus Christ. How did you even think of this? These people would have cured cancer if they applied their mental capacity to anything else but jerking off, but they just refused to. They just refuse to do it. Maybe that's why MMOs stay away from the concept of respecting your time, because degenerates use that time to do degenerate shit. Maybe.
A deep dark basement with a $6,000 RGB-ridden gaming rig, and others aren't even at the computer where the account is playing.
Yep.
Probably quite a few of those, actually.
Yeah, there's a ton of bots in RuneScape. For those who don't know, old school RuneScape, because of the simplicity of the game, it has some of the most complex bots in it, including bots that are strapped to an AI that know how to respond to chat messages. How amazing is that?
But no matter who they are, what their background is, how they're playing, everyone's logged in with the exact same goal, making some kind of number higher than it once was. 2025 was a great year for old school RuneScape. The concurrent player count record just kept breaking itself. I don't think too many people expected a 12-year-old re-release of a 20-year-old MMO to be doing this well.
This is when also, I think the moment that this happened, when all those peaks occurred, was probably exactly when all of the WoW streamers tried out old school RuneScape together. Because what I've noticed recently is that WoW streamers and people who primarily focus on World of Warcraft tend to act like immigrants. They tend to act like nomads these days. They'll play WoW, and then they'll like disappear into another MMO for a month before returning back to WoW. And I think they're now rotated into Guild Wars 2. And like a month from now, they'll rotate out back to WoW. And then they'll find a new MMO to rotate out to. That's what I've noticed about them. So it's old school RuneScape's fault that games have autoplay now. Not really, actually. That's more the bots.
Outsider perspective, a game that's looking like this, real outdated stuff. There's no way that this thing is growing. It doesn't make sense. But I gotta say, after doing a lot of observing, a lot of researching, a lot of talking to people, I can tell you with confidence that this growth makes perfect sense.
Oh, it does? God, this guy... Oh. This guy's editing is so fucking good. He almost makes the game interesting. Almost. I'm 50, I loved Warcraft 1, 2, and 3, and then they announced WoW, and I was excited, and then they said it would be a $15 a month, and I thought, no fucking way, it will be worth that, and never played it. You are one of the rare few who did that. WoW exploded in popularity, and you know what's really fucked up to say? The subscription model worked for World of Warcraft because they had no other way, or they used no other mechanism to monetize the game other than the subscription model, which meant that the only thing that the devs were doing when they got paid was figuring out ways to make the game more enjoyable and to upgrade the game and make it more fun to play. They weren't thinking about how do we milk our players of more money because it was a flat subscription fee. So it kept working because every single resource on the dev side of things went straight back into making the game as good as possible. That no longer happens. Now it's all about emotionally manipulating people, making things inconvenient, twisting your arm. And you know what? I bet monthly, on average, people playing MMORPGs with more pay to win in it today pay more than $15 a month while playing that game. I bet that if you looked at the average transactions that anyone who touches the pay-to-win systems in any MMO, they are definitely paying more than $15. 100% they're paying more than $15. Is OSRS just boomers and hipsters? I mean, it seems to be the same kind of asshole that listens to cassette tapes because cool. Maybe that's a portion of the player base. But honestly, from the interactions I've had from people who main old school RuneScape these days, they kind of just seem like people who are just chilling the fuck out. They're not like offending anyone. They're not getting mad about anything. They're just kind of shrugging their shoulders and clicking around their map. They're playing their point and click adventure and they're having a good time. That's been my average experience with RuneScape players. They don't seem to be nearly as cunty as like most MMO players, right? With the exception of Guild Wars 2 players, because Guild Wars 2 players are just too nice to everyone. What an intro. Beautiful.
You know, one of the most beautiful parts about becoming an adult is appreciating the things that truly matter. For example, I don't know, underwear. Today's video is sponsored by Skims. Look, I don't mess around when it comes to underwear. I have an expertly drafted
He knows the player base of old school RuneScape. Give him 5 years, and this exact ad is going to be on his channel. But it's not going to be about underwear. He's going to be selling adult diapers.
checklist that needs to be hit, and Skims got a perfect score. This is the kind of underwear you put on and it makes you say, my God, this is a great pair of underwear. The stretch material is crazy, by the way. I've never felt anything this soft in my entire life, and I'd like to continue feeling it forever, I think. What? Put them on? Great now? Okay, 1 second. Okay, they're on, but you can't see them anymore, so I don't really know why you made me do that. My God, these are a great pair of underwear. Look, this underwear isn't just for athletes that run half marathons every morning, okay? I need support and comfort while I laze about at home every day, sitting in a chair for hours on end, editing videos, chopping yew trees. Real important.
Generally speaking, I don't like these pairs of underwear. They're pretty bad. You should let your dick and balls dangle. Don't let them clutch against your body. That's not good for you. Don't let them. I know too much about that. I know. No shit, give me a second. I've got to deal with something. I'll be right back. Right, sorry about that. So, well, fuck, what was I saying? Right, so, if I disappear like that, it's because I don't live in the best of areas. I've had some weird shit happen. There's been some uncomfortable people who've tried to, like, break into my house and stuff like that. Not related to YouTube, it's just living in South Africa does that. So, yeah, you know, my wife got a little bit paranoid there. I can't blame her. There was a weird car parked outside, and when the security showed up, they fucked off. So, if I disappear like that, I will be back. Just realize that that's going to happen every now and then. That's just a problem I have to deal with until I'm out this fucking country. It's just going to keep happening. People say Guild Wars 2, best horizontal progression, while OSRS shits on him for decades. You mean on Jimmy? I don't think it's shit on him for decades. Maybe it has. I don't actually know how long Jimmy's actually been playing old school RuneScape. Anyway, let's continue.
And things like that. I need underwear like this.
And if you're looking for the perfect gift,
could you put some fake police sign on your house so the most retarded at least avoid your place? Unfortunately, no, because that would get me arrested. That's against the law. I looked into that. Not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to impersonate the police at all in my country because, unfortunately, one of the things that happens in my country, and this is like a thing if you ever travel to my country, a lot of the time there are police officers, there are criminals that are impersonating police officers, and they get you to pull over. They pretend that it's like a stop. They pretend like they're arresting you, and then they just steal your shit and like abandon you on the side of the road, and you're kind of lucky if you don't get raped in the process. That's just life. You gotta be real fucking careful. Anyway, let's continue.
Gifts this season, the Skims holiday shop is now open at skims.com.
Comfort is my #1 priority at all times forever. Skims men at
Come on.
Select my.
Let's get back to RuneScape.
Many years ago, I once said something along the lines of, RuneScape is not something that you're meant to experience.
How about those plaques that say this house is under vigilance by cameras? I've got something better that's sitting on the corner of my house thanks to my neighbor, Long Dick Johnson. Yeah, I'll show you it quick. I'll see if I can find it. Literally, my neighbor has one of these things, and he controls it with his phone, and he speaks to people through it. We have these things. Well, my neighbor has one of these things, and he can stare directly down my driveway with it, and I'm not against it.
This device will protect your house. In South Africa, a new method to punish home intruders has been devised. When the device detects suspicious activity, it immediately alerts your cell phone and awaits instructions. Then, simply use the joystick to position the turret and press the red button to fire. This device uses non-lethal 17mm nylon bullets, which can still cause serious damage and scare thieves away. This device will protect your house. In South Africa, a new method to...
Yep. So, I've got one of those sitting on the corner, like just on the corner of my house. Because of my neighbor. It's in his garden, but he's told me, look, if I see anyone breaking into your place, and I've got access to that turret at the time, I will shoot them. And I'm like, buddy, you do whatever you need to keep these fuckers out. I'm more than happy for Long Dick Johnson to do that. I'm really glad he's got one of those. That guy is so... He is so obsessed with home defense. I love him for it. He keeps this neighborhood safe all by himself, walking around with his cock out in the middle of the night and a shotgun. He's basically got a Torbjorn turret set up in his house.
RuneScape is something that's meant to experience you. And honestly, looking back at that, I'm a genius for coming up with that. I don't think I've ever said anything as smart as that since. That was straight up bars. That's crazy. You'd think that MMORPGs, by definition, would be a...
He knows. He knows that's the best expansion. He knows. He knows. I'm so proud of him. I don't know about these other two fucking games, but that one right there. And this should be the WoW token.
Sandbox,
I think it
which
is, actually.
Most of them are. But RuneScape has multiple layers, a whole lot of depth to the sandbox. Because at the surface, you've got the training of skills, the paths you can take, just leveling your account, the quests that you can do, whatever order you believe is right, maybe the order that they came out or something. Which brings us to the next layer of the sandbox, rooted in player creativity, which is probably the easiest layer to see since there's mountains of evidence of this creativity.
RuneScape is like 99% about the crafting and doing wacky shit. The combat is like so low down on the list, and it's so strange to think, because in my worldview, gameplay is king, but for some reason people keep on playing old school RuneScape, which is effectively just a browser game.
Creativity. There's an unlimited amount of series that you can go and watch of someone playing the game like a lunatic, and it's amazing. Yep. it's incredible. Old school RuneScape supplies its players with a degree of freedom that no other MMORPG could dream of. We're given these limitless possibilities, all of these paths for us to create and take. There's really two directions that players take this: embracing the freedom and rejecting the freedom. This one is the one we're most familiar with, believe it or not. It's just been this.
Every single World of Warcraft player who has tried out old school RuneScape for the first time, I've seen them so fucking confused by how old school RuneScape works, and they're so mad that there's not some like main through line quest that they can just follow and that the game makes sense. And they all say that the game's nonsensical, it doesn't make sense, the graphics suck, and they never for once in their lives think to themselves, maybe I get to choose what to do. Old school RuneScape players have figured it out. What you're supposed to choose to do is play it on your second monitor while you jerk off on your first one.
This staple way of thinking about old school that thinks about the ways that we can strip this freedom from ourselves, creating these challenges by taking away the things that the game offers you. Area restrictions, using a bank, trading other players, having one life, rejecting parts of the sandbox. On the other side, the embracing the freedom, that could just mean playing the game normally, not restricting yourself in any way, playing a main account, using the GE, doing all the content you could ever hope for in the game, and the players choose to do what they wish with it. Which brings me to a certain group of players that got to experience this type of freedom for the very first time this year.
World of Warcraft players. Yep! I fucking knew it.
You may have heard some whispers, some rumors from 300 different YouTube videos this year. World of Warcraft players looked in the direction of old school RuneScape, specifically World of Warcraft.
And now they're trying out Guild Wars 2.
Warcraft players that have thousands of people watching them do whatever it is they're doing that day.
I promise on all 20 rank 1 titles in World of Warcraft that we got 99 wood chopping as a kid. Oh yeah, Ayusa, you're in the chat. What's up? He says, I can find the stats for it. Give me a sec.
And it would be really
straight up caught in the lie.
Silly for me to ignore the fact that they visited old school this year, considering it was around the time we saw these record-breaking numbers. It revealed old school to a lot of people that may have never seen the game before, and revealed it to returning players who maybe haven't logged in since they were visiting miniclip.com. Now, before these guys came over...
Oh my god. Oh, you just hit me with nostalgia saying miniclip. Anyone here old enough to remember the Madness Combat series? Anyone here to remember all those shitty Flash games? Oh man, the average person who grew up after the 90s has no fucking idea. The sheer joy and exuberance you can get from some dog shit Flash game that takes you like an hour to play.
Over to our world, I visited theirs. World of Warcraft is an amazing game. I'm not making this video to compare the two games. I don't have nearly as
He has to say that to avoid the death threats.
much depth of experience as the average World of Warcraft player, like a longtime vet of the game, but diving as deep as I did while over there, I got to see a lot of insight into the gameplay loops, their objectives, how they spend their time while logged in. By no means do I think it's a bad game and, they're miserable over there.
Old? That was only like 2 decades ago. I'm sorry, but time keeps on marching forward. Now the kids are playing Fortnite and calling each other default in school as an insult. It's done. The old age home is right around the corner. It's coming for all of us.
there all the time. But I really did want to understand why these WoW players chose old school of all games to jump to. Because at the end of the day, they're very different games, very different experiences, vertical progression, that constant gameplay loop, the content treadmill, and coming over to a game like old school that has horizontal progression. I really didn't think that they would like it that much. And rather than go and look at all of these WoW streamers' VODs and their videos and their clips to try and see what they liked, what they didn't like, I didn't want to speculate. So I figured, why don't I just ask them? And that's exactly what
There you go. That's how you can tell. That's how you can tell it's the old school MMO players, because they actually message people. These kids today don't type in chat. They just shut the fuck up and say nothing. And then you try and say hello and they're just like, log out. Every fucking time. Speaking of Flash games, ever play Adventure Quest Worlds? Fuck me. Adventure Quest Worlds, fucking Happy Wheels, Quap was a little bit later on. There were so many good Flash games. There were so many. Everyone has that one, like, core memory that they formed, playing some old shitty Flash game that someone made. And it's stuck in their head forever. They can't remember anything they learned in school, but they do remember the Flash game. And let me tell you, it was an experience being a teenager and discovering that there are porn Flash games out there. God damn. And guess who told me those existed? The old school RuneScape players. Those gooners knew exactly what the fuck they were doing. I have a video on AQW with 180k views I made when I was 12. Congrats, why didn't you steamroll? You should have snowballed that, kept on going. I hope you did.
I reached out to as many WoW streamers as I could get a hold of, mostly the ones that experienced old school for, you know.
Who do I recognize here? Annie Fisher, Zayu, Shobek, Cannon? No, that's not Can. I don't know. Don't know him. Don't know him. Don't know him. Don't know him. There's too many WoW streamers. There's too many of them. Also, where's Mad Season? Come on, reach out to Mad Season.
Anywhere from a couple weeks to a few months to, they're still playing. You could probably go to Twitch right now, see them live. And I just wanted the full context, what they experienced in the past with WoW, what they thought of RuneScape as they started playing it, what they think of it now. I actually posted every single interview I had. There's 8 of them total, Jesus. 9 hours of conversation. They're all up on my second channel. You can sit through. They were awesome. Everyone who I sat down with had a ton of interesting stories, some great perspectives, some good insight into a WoW player's experience of old school. Highly recommend checking those out if you need something to listen to. Also on Spotify.
This is exactly what Muckluck needs to do for the WoW players who are now experiencing Guild Wars 2. This is exactly what he needs to do.
Spotify, by the way, so that'll be linked in description. I kept seeing this phrase pop up. This phrase, progression matters. It was popping up everywhere. That was the reason I reached out to them in the first place, to see if that was even true. Turns out, yeah, it was true. It was absolutely true. Yeah, no, it made perfect sense to all of them.
In RuneScape, time feels like it slows down and you can just enjoy yourself. You can sweat, you can not sweat, you can kind of play however you want. World of Warcraft, the moment you log in, the time is running out.
It takes a lot of hours to grind out a full set of gear. 200, 300 hours that you spent grinding that ancestral gear. Imagine one day you just log into the game and you're like, that gear is useless. Old school RuneScape has mastered.
He just pointed out the biggest problem with World of Warcraft today. Modern retail WoW, nothing you do feels like it matters. Because by the next expansion, any achievement you've gotten, any piece of gear that you felt was significant or interesting, is now a pile of burning dog shit. It doesn't matter anymore. Everything you do is temporary. Everything is dust in the wind. And the second the next expansion is there, it's basically like Blizzard telling you, hey, everything you built up to this point can go fuck itself. The vertical progression model for MMORPGs has been such a devastating game design decision over time that I think that anyone who makes an MMORPG that is 100% dependent on vertical progression ends up fucking themselves over and putting their game on a timer. That kid is your way of getting attention. Don't talk to me. Wipe your tears in return. Your babysitter cringe. I'm not even sure what you're talking about, Janissary. Grind is no longer a word that I associate with a positive interaction. I got other shit to do as well. Here's the thing, Bestia. Grinding is this really, really weird thing where if you're calling the experience that you're going through grinding, it is excruciating. But a lot of the time, people playing a game that they really, really love, what they're doing doesn't feel like a grind. It doesn't feel like a grind at all. It feels uniquely satisfying because you're not doing it for the grind, you're doing it because you're enjoying the experience. And it just so happens that along the way, you're getting somewhere.
Horizontal progression.
It feels meaningful. I can take breaks and I can come back and I don't feel demotivated. You can always go back and play.
They've done such a good job at making it feel rewarding, firing up people's dopamine receptors of getting a drop and then never having to farm it again. It feels good. Like they've really done a good job at managing the power creep, which I think is very surprising for how much content there is.
Having all these avenues for you to put in the hours.
Oh shit, that's what Joker looks like? I've never actually seen what Joker looks like. I know this guy. I remember his whole thing with WoW Hardcore Classic. It was really impressive what he did.
And see the rewards feels great. The XP you earn matters. It's gotten you somewhere. You have benefited from that.
Having your progression matter forever is awesome. I don't want to say that one is completely better than the other, although I must admit I like RuneScape's system better. You still need to do the old stuff to get to the new stuff. So it's like, it all matters, and that's great.
Gillinor.
It's all the same thing. It matters. It feels like it matters. WoW players aren't used to things mattering. True, but it's also people who played MMOs back then that don't have time for it now, so vertical progression is a chore. Hence why Guild Wars 2 and OSRS are more popular now. Exactly. Exactly. Would you rather play a game, like now that you're an adult, now that you've got other responsibilities, now that you might have a family, the thing you're thinking about is, okay, I've got to pay my bills, I've got all these other things to do. Do you really want to go through a game that invalidates everything you did, or do you want to play a game where it's like if you pick it up for maybe an hour a week, you play it a little bit, and you come back months later and your progression still matters? Which one would you prefer? The temporary that invalidates everything you do in a few months? Or something where it's like a month later, the things you did in the previous month still feel valuable. They still feel like you got something for your time.
It's there.
Yeah.
It's just there. And you get to play how you want to play. And it's beautiful.
Our progression system works here. We'll go into it a little more later. For now, I'd like to show you one of my favorite pictures ever. That is one of my favorite pieces of RuneScape media of all time. Not just because of nostalgia or because what that dude is saying is hilarious, but because of how unapologetically old school RuneScape that image is. Old school RuneScape's aesthetic is so unique and it's so distinct. You can recognize it from a mile away. You could take a RuneScape player model and insert it anywhere, and people will instantly recognize that's a character from RuneScape. There's not any other game that really tries to be this. Even just the font. You've probably seen the RuneScape overhead font in YouTube videos that have nothing to do with old school.
That's Tierzu. I recognize Tierzu. Tierzu always uses sounds from old school RuneScape because they're so novel. So there's this idea. I've spoken about this idea before in one of my videos, but there's an idea of novelty, right? There's an idea of certain things that just stick in your mind and give you that little dopamine hit every now and then. Old school RuneScape has that, where there's certain novel experiences that'll stay with you forever, right? People who played WoW Vanilla back in the day, and they played like a certain class, there are certain sound effects that relate to the class they played that they will always remember. And then for some fucking reason, Blizzard got rid of that and ruined all of it.
RuneScape or anything RuneScape. And it's just amazing seeing this picture and the thing he's saying transcend way past the RuneScape community. You see BuyMGF everywhere, and it originated right here from some guy who probably has no idea he said that. It's the best picture ever, dude. In past video essays, I've brought up graphics a lot. First glance, old school's graphics can throw players off. These are early 2000s graphics.
Yep.
That's when these character models were made.
Did you guys imagine paying a subscription for a game that looks like this? I just couldn't. There's no fucking way I'm gonna pay money to play this game.
Game designers have done insane things to kind of put realism into the things we play. But I feel like when a game pushes itself for realism, the more it loses its identity. It doesn't have a unique, recognizable art style anymore. All these games are...
Thank you. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm so fucking tired of seeing every game shill how good its graphics are and completely neglect the idea of a unique art style. An art style will always outlast graphical fidelity. Always. It's just time tested. It's like you see certain color palettes and you can instantly recognize a character. You see a certain weird little janky shape that's very artistically stylized, you immediately know what it is. But when it's like, honestly, if you took the sword out of The Witcher and you put it into any one of these other games, it wouldn't feel out of place. That's the problem here. None of this feels unique. Congratulations on making amazing graphics. Now what about the gameplay? What about the memorability of what you were doing? Where is it? And the only part that I can see that any memorability comes into this is if you look at like Red Dead Redemption 2 or you look at The Witcher 3, is it expresses itself through story. That's the only like avenue it has left, is to express itself that way, because all of these modern graphics end up looking so fucking generic over time. Graphics plus non-mommy boobers. You know what? You know what? Not. I hope someone does an Unreal Engine remake of Guild Wars 2 for no other reason than I want to see some high fidelity titties on those non-women. That would be acceptable.
You're just suddenly having almost identical character models. I really do think graphics just are becoming less and less relevant when it comes to a game's quality, especially MMORPGs. Systems and mechanics prioritize way higher than what the character models look like, except for maybe RuneScape 3. Those guys.
How is it that the graphics got better and the game looks worse? Ooh.
They got to do something.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh.
Sorry. But I feel like once you start playing, it is so easy to just embrace the graphics. And I think the devs have done...
You know, come to think of it, whatever happened to RuneScape 2? I hear a lot about RuneScape 3, but I never hear about RuneScape 2. Is RuneScape 2 like a fever dream that never actually existed? Old school RuneScape is RuneScape 2. Then what's RuneScape 1? What the f... There's a number missing here. Hold on. Hold on. RuneScape 2 was a major update to... Oh, okay. Okay, they overwatched it. Okay. Okay, that made sense. Okay. RuneScape 1 was weird jank that was on a browser. That's when I was playing RuneScape, if I'm being honest. Whenever my WoW subscription ran out and I didn't keep my job because I had to go to school and I couldn't be like a little waiter in a restaurant to pay for the monthly sub fee, that's when I'd hop over to RuneScape.
An especially good job integrating new items that fit this old school aesthetic. I think they've really mastered it. All of the items we've gotten that are put into the game, all the cosmetics, the ornaments, they fit this early 2000s medieval fantasy aesthetic, which is awesome.
And it works. And it works. Thanks for the follow, Love Beta.
That's really hard to do. It's a beautiful game. And I guess, you know, even if you don't like the graphics, you've got things like GPU, 117 HD, animation smoothing if you're troubled. There's a lot of things you can customize with RuneLite and make the game look better. RuneScape's identity goes farther than just the way it looks. It's also the way that it plays. Because, you know, there's some big titles out there that have, you know, click to move, but there's not too many MMOs that have ever been anything except for WASD movement. Players might be thrown off realizing they've got to click to move. Not only that, they've got to click to do everything. They're going to be clicking more than they've ever clicked in their entire life while they're playing this. That's just how it is. If you're not used to a slight input delay, it might feel a little weird. It's running on 100 ticks per minute. You know, on a surface level, it's a very old, outdated, ugly system, but players have created something beautiful out of it. They've adopted skilling methods.
There are a psychotic amount of mobs that take advantage of the tick system in RuneScape. Like a ridiculous amount of them. And you know what I think? I think all of them should be banned. Every single one of those mods should be taken out. If the only thing you've got to do in RuneScape is click, why do you need a fucking mod to do it for you? Just do it yourself, goddammit.
It's taking advantage of these ticks. They've learned nifty little tricks to keep their prayer up. They've learned how to do what Port Khazard does. Well, basically only he's learned how to do that, but you can do that if you learn how the system works really well. No, you can't, but you know what I'm saying. It's crazy. And I think the story of old school RuneScape also really plays into its identity because the player character is undeniably an adventurer and nothing more, which I love about this game. That's my favorite part about this game because I feel like we resonate with that a lot as players of MMORPGs. We're just adventurers. No matter how smart we think we're being, how efficient we are at skilling, how good we are at slaying bosses, how dangerous we are in PvP.
I think that's actually what he's leaning into, is the idea that in this MMO, you're just some fucking guy. You're not like some superhero, great, wonderful main player character just like every other player. You're just some fucking guy. That's the best kind of storytelling, I think, for MMOs. Because it kind of gets weird. It gets really, really odd when MMOs do this thing where they try and make you into like the main player character and you're sitting there knowing that every other single person who plays the game is that exact same main player character. It kind of gets odd. It gets strange when MMOs do that.
How social we are at house parties. We're all just idiots, going our own ways, creating.
Also, to be fair, before WoD, you were also just some fucking guy. Yes, and that's exactly when World of Warcraft was at its peak. When you were just some fucking guy. Are you telling me I'm not the only commander? Yes, I am. I'm telling you that there's a million commanders out there. I'm telling you that you think she's a virgin and you're the first one in there, but she's lying to you. She's seen a million other commander decks just this week, and you are number 1,000,001.
Eating our own paths, idiots. It doesn't matter how much you accomplish, how cool you are, because I know you've done some really weird things as an adventurer on your way there. I know that you've stomped around on citizens' rooftops for days on end in popular cities. You've chopped thousands of trees so that you could use a knife and create some sort of bow shape by the thousands and then sell it to a local shopkeep, and he bought them for some reason. You have time and time again killed a certain amount of a certain type of monster because some guy made a number up. And you listened. You just did it. Maybe you've...
This confirms that in real life, adventurers are just crackheads that are homeless. Every D&D game you play where everyone's a murder hobo is exactly what you are in old school RuneScape. Every adventurer is just the crackhead behind the fucking Walmart. He's going on quests to stay alive.
Even put on a full suit of armor, some real nice knight armor, just so that you could constantly miss a magic spell on a bird on a dock. That's weird. You're a weird guy for that. You've committed arson in the streets. You've built the same identical table hundreds of times just to immediately demolish it and build it again. You've gone fishing. You've stolen from local authorities in broad daylight. You do crazy things. You're a wacky...
What did I say? Adventurers are just crackheads. If adventuring was a job in real life, you would be snorting coke, stealing from the police, trying not to get arrested, burning down buildings, stomping on fucking roofs, you would be doing mentally ill shit, right? You would be doing shit that if other people caught you doing it, they would want to put you in a box, in a padded room, just so that the rest of society doesn't have to deal with you.
Guy, that's just what we are. We're adventurers. We do weird shit. It's a great identity. It's so recognizable. Like this thing right here. You know what that is. You know the name of it. I'll say it. It's a rune scimitar. But you knew that already. I didn't need to tell you. And chances are, at some point,
with how little experience I have with OSRS, even I know what that is. You know what the most devastating sentence I've ever seen in old school RuneScape is? Actually, let me ask you, what for you is the most devastating sentence or thing you've seen anyone ever type in old school RuneScape if you played the game? I'll tell you what it was, because I was a kid. I was a fucking idiot. I was a retard. I got caught. I'm a big enough man to tell you that I got caught once. It's the words trimming armor for free. Yeah, there it is. Sure knows. I'm not really a girl. No, we all knew that. We all knew that. Listen, the old school RuneScape players are so unique that when their girlfriend online said, actually, I'm not a girl, the only two responses they either gave was, don't worry, the dick makes it better, or we can still pretend you're one, it's okay. Just don't tell my friends.
in your RuneScape career, that rune scimitar meant something to you, and you remembered what it was like getting it. And that's because, unlike most MMORPGs, old school RuneScape is the absolute undisputed champion of progression.
Bad connection. Oh,
Progression's one of those parts in games where I really don't envy game developers. It's probably one of the hardest parts and the most important parts to get right, especially in an MMORPG where you're expected to draw in a player and keep them there indefinitely. Creating meaningful steps in a player's journey while also respecting their time is a grandmaster level of difficulty. And
yeah, it's rough.
Old School really nails it. Somehow, some way, they figured out how to bring that to players. This game excels at making players feel like every step they're taking, every action, every little XP drop is meaningful. And it doesn't matter what...
Yes, because none of it gets invalidated the longer you play the game. Same as Guild Wars 2. Nothing you do feels invalid by the time you get to max level. Everything you do feels good. It feels like an advancement on your character that they don't want to take away from you.
Pace you're going at, getting to a goal is getting to a goal. For example, let's take two players holding and using a rune pickaxe. That's 40 attack, 41 mining. Player A is a veteran player. They've been here dozens of times. They beeline to waterfall, they go over to fight arena, they get 40 attack just through questing without ever touching a mob, really. They bring Doric supplies to them beforehand to get 15 mining and then 3 tick iron ore all the way until 41 so that they can use a rune pickaxe. And that all happened on day 1, many hours.
I want one of you to take, if you have a good relationship with your dad or your mom, I want you to take that little chunk of this video and send that to your dad or your mom. And they will tell you, what the fuck did this guy just say? He's speaking a different language. What kind of crackhead shit is this? They will have no fundamental understanding of what this guy just said.
But it was on day 1. And then we've got player B, who's brand new at the game. And over the course of a week, they're training all of their combat stats equally on goblins and cows for their cow hides, on the frogs in the swamp, just leisurely NPC normal new player combat. Along with their defense and strength, they also eventually get 40 attack. They're running around the world. They mine some tin and copper, making their own bronze armor. They stumble on some coal. They mine that. Why not? Maybe some silver they see in the Alcarid mine. And eventually they realize they've hit 41 mining. They actually have no idea what a rune pickaxe is, so they just got the level. They'll figure it out later. These players have two very different play styles, different routes, different methods, different paces, but they both ended up with the same reward of being able to hold and use a rune pickaxe. Player A took a day. Player B maybe took 2 weeks. They played the game and progressed their account. And that's a very underappreciated part of old school. The fact that we can choose what pace we want to play at. It doesn't matter how long it takes us to reach a certain goal or how we get there. Every step you take, every action your player does, every XP drop matters. And the best part about him saying that is I feel like he could change the background footage with Guild Wars 2 and that still holds true. About this horizontal progression thing, if you haven't played since 2016, all of the progress you made, all the quests you've done, all the levels that you got, you would still be taking those steps if you started from square one today. The only true change between then and now is now there's just more methods for you to train things. There's more endgame content for you to access if you keep playing. And those different methods to train and that endgame content, they'll still be relevant 3-4 years from now. It made me realize that all of us are...
Wait, this game is pretty boring on mobile because the game is designed for a second monitor. I've never actually thought about playing RuneScape on a mobile device. I never even considered it, if I'm being honest with you. I don't know. I'm an old person. I'm a fucking dinosaur. The concept of playing a phone game seriously or like for any massive time expenditure to me is so weird. It's such an odd concept to me. That's how I know I'm an old person. Because like I've gone like, okay, so there's like a place that's not too far away from where I live. It's like Chinatown, right? And when I go to Chinatown with my wife, we go get like one of those like bubble tea things. And we sit down. And every single time we do, there are kids under the age of 21 sitting at a table there, taking advantage of the free Wi-Fi, playing some shit together on their phone. And they will sit there for 3 hours together doing that. And I'm glad for them. I'm happy for them. I'm glad they got friends. I'm glad they can have that experience. And that seems like the alternate universe version of landing it out with your friends, where you drag your 20-kilogram PC to their house, strap it to their internet, and you all just sit there until like 6 in the morning until their mom yells at you to go to bed. But I'm glad that they can still have that. But me, as a dinosaur, the only valuable games I've ever seen on a phone are chess and Snake.
On an Iron Man journey, usually somewhere along the way, grind some barrows for a little bit. We are all still engaging in what seems to be necessary 2005 content. The structure of this game makes it so that you can choose whether or not you make that pit stop, whether you grind that grind. And I think it's important to remember that there's no correct way to do anything. It was interesting watching the WoW players, how every single one of them seemed to stop at Corrupted Gauntlet and do hundreds of runs, most of them becoming very burnt out with it. And I think it's because so many people kind of engraved in their brain that
that's WoW. That's preconditioning from WoW, is you get so used to grinding out the same piece of content over and over again that you think you have to do it in other games too.
They need the BOFA. They need full crystal armor. It's essential for an Iron Man. You have to do it so that you could do the rest of the content later on, which, don't get me wrong, it's an amazing thing to get on your Iron Man. Incredible, but you don't need it. You can do the content without it. If you don't want to do something on old school RuneScape, don't do it. Even if you're not approaching content with your ideal gear, the gear you imagine getting, you can try content without the best in slot gear.
Dude, this is embarrassing. I'm the only one in Void.
But the other people have fire capes too, so it's not like totally embarrassing.
Oh, I'm not even talking about the fire cape.
Yeah, you should be more embarrassed about that.
Dude, that cape you're wearing is so pretentious, it's insane.
Should I wear a normal Inferno cape?
Just wear a fire cape and humble yourself.
It could become a little mini challenge even. There's so many ways to do. There's no right way to do anything. Just go do what you want to do. Get out there and have fun, I said.
My magma helm is in...
Disgusting. Sickening. I can't believe he said the word. I can't believe he said the F word in this video. We're going to report this video. That's you can't have that in MMOs. Sickening. Imagine having fun playing a game. Oh.
Fact, broken, but that's okay.
Is it okay that it's broken?
I mean, it's still on my head. Nobody knows it's broken.
Let's get in there, huh?
I'm one tick looking backwards, dude. I'm only draining prayer.
A lot lot of discussion over the past few years, rooted deep in philosophy, talking about whether or not old school RuneScape is a single player game or not. And to chime in on this, of course it's not single player. What are you just fucking talking about? It's not single player. You can see everyone else running around. But it does turn out that
Is old school RuneScape a single player game? I think the largest majority of OSRS players play it single player. And then they do the thing where they'll like group up every now and then, but they play it majority single player. I haven't seen that many people form these huge groups and play it as like group content all the time.
that pretending like the game is single player is really fun. Old school systems with the leveling up and the resource gathering and the refinement, it's built so good that the devs were able to greenlight a single player game mode option. Do you know how confident you have to be in your MMORPG systems to approve that a big chunk of the player base now approaches the entire game single player, no longer interacting with the player-driven economy? The fact that this game was able to do that and the entire economy hasn't imploded and just made an unplayable game is amazing. I'm not really a numbers guy. I don't know the inner workings of economy very well, I'll be honest. But I mean, surely approving a single player game mode on multiplayer trading other players' servers had to come along with some risk. That's pretty cool, I think. Maybe it's not as cool as I think it is. I think it's not that deep, but can't imagine something like that working too well in other MMORPGs. But I guess in a way, we've kind of been approaching RuneScape as if it's single player for, you know, as long as RuneScape's been here. You're never truly obligated to play with other players, trade with them. You could have always been playing like this. You might not even realized it. And there's tons of videos out there kind of talking about why we prefer a more single player oriented MMORPG nowadays. There's a lot of reasons, but I think personally comes down to, you know, straight up social fatigue. You don't even need to leave your house and talk to other people in real life to feel it. You could accidentally stumble on Twitter and see some of the most horrible human interaction you've ever witnessed. You know, our human brains weren't meant to see the thoughts of this many people. So, I mean, that's probably why people like playing Iron Man mode. It's also rewarding. There's that part to it as well. A feeling of accomplishment alongside it. It's great that you can.
I think Iron Man is rewarding because we're all in abusive relationships with MMOs. They just beat the shit out of us all the time, and we've kind of gotten used to it. And when it's not there, it gets strange.
You can just play the game solo and not worry about what anyone else is doing. Like, I remember my time in WoW. I almost felt inconvenienced when I had to find a dungeon group. Like, there were multiple times I remember, you know, needing to go to a dungeon to get an item of some sort and thinking to myself, man, I can probably solo this, right? RuneScape players are another level of antisocial, man. Like, people figured out how to solo raids just so they wouldn't have to talk to anybody. They didn't do it for the challenge of it. People learned how to solo raids just because they didn't want to talk to people that bad. It had nothing to do with an accomplishment. Dude's just really...
That's the average MMO player.
He didn't want to talk to anyone. But we have it really good over here because we're able to think to ourselves, you know, man, I really want to play that game that I like right now and do that thing that I like in that game right now. And then you can go and do it. That's a luxury, believe it or not. We have it really, really good over here.
Oh, yeah, we do.
If there's one thing to take away from any of what I just said, I don't even know if any of what I just said supported the purpose of this video. I hope something did. But if there is one thing to take away from any of this, it's just some pieces of advice. I cannot emphasize enough how important it is to play this game the way that you want to. And I know that sounds very cliche, you know, it's, you know, heard it a million times, but this game serves a different purpose for everyone. And you're probably going to have a different attitude about this game at different times. For example, right now, I've been chopping yew trees on my group Iron Man for months on end. I don't know why. I just keep chopping them and fletching them into yew longbows. I can't stop. Flutton has said that it's become my real life idol animation. The way that old ladies sit in a rocking chair knitting. That's me at the yew trees. That's my thing. I'm always there now. I don't know what to do.
And you know why we do it in an MMO? Because it's become too expensive to do it in real life.
But I like it. I like it a lot, and I don't know why. Don't answer that. Players are constantly telling other players how to play this game. It was definitely highlighted during the WoW player thing, you know, the backseating. I don't think any game has experienced that hard of backseating in the history of games on Twitch. That's
because they didn't play Guild Wars 2 yet. That's because they haven't got to Guild Wars 2 yet. The amount of insane backseating in Guild Wars 2 is one of the funniest things I've ever seen. A while back, I went and took a look at a few streamers and like a few clips. There's a few of them, the small ones in particular, who I've watched have like a mental breakdown over like, and this is the really funny part, is it's like 90% of their chat is fine. Not even. It's like 99% of their chat is fine. And then there's that one fucking guy. There's that one fucking guy in every single one of their chats that when they're playing Guild Wars 2, they're trying to tell them how to do exactly everything optimally. It's the funniest thing ever. I've seen a few people be like, okay, fuck you, I'm not playing this game. Fuck you, stop it. And they'll just stop. It's the funniest thing watching like some guy in chat just keep on telling them to do stuff and they can't handle it.
That was crazy. What makes this game special is that there is no correct way to go about playing it. I don't think there's anything wrong with advocating to other players to experience the game the way that you do. But it's important to remember that some other players might find it absolutely miserable to play the game the way you do. That's how this place is built. Because look, man, I've played this game since I was in 3rd grade, and I've been making videos on and about RuneScape as a job for about 6 years now. And every other day, I stumble on some comment talking about how I hate this game, that I despise RuneScape. And they're saying that because I don't play the game the way that
some of you just said this earlier, that he hates the game. He caught you. He got you. He got you. He knew. He fucking knew. He caught you. Fuck me. If we didn't backseat you, you'd still be looking for the jackal. That's fair. I would still be looking for the jackal.
They do, the way that they expect me to. The easiest way to see RuneScape as something you don't enjoy is by doing the things in RuneScape that you don't enjoy. So when people say Jimmy hates RuneScape because look at his kill count, I think to myself, no, that's how I enjoy RuneScape. Look at my kill count. I don't do that stuff. If my brain isn't giving me the motivation to do something in the game, I'm not going to force myself to do it.
Something I'm trying to do on my stream is be more positive and bring awareness to the fact that there are a lot of purists that play the game that shame other.
That's interesting. That's not usually how World of Warcraft players act. Case in point, Pirate Software.
For not playing the game the way that they do. This is an ever-growing problem in the MMO communities. Let people play the way they want to play and respect them.
Does Jimmy even play RuneScape, or does he just log in?
Let people play the way they want to play and respect them.
Some players work and grind for months on end to work towards an Infernal Cape. I grind and work for months on end to build the greatest player-owned house ever built in the history of player-owned houses. There's no
okay, now I need to discard every opinion that Jimmy has. He likes player housing. Oh. This is like finding out your dad's gay. God, oh. Oh. His house parties were insane though. You see, I'm the wrong person for this component of the video. Specifically because I couldn't give less of a shit about player housing. I couldn't care less. It's like, it's one of those things that's so outside my wheelhouse of things that I care about in an MMO. I want to go out and kill shit. I want to go out and be a retard and fuck things up. I want to make mistakes. I want to learn about stuff. I don't want to sit in a box. I tried in New World to care about my house. And after caring about my house for 3 hours, I couldn't care again. I just couldn't find it. It's just, I don't have that dog in me.
No way that an Infernal Cape will ever feel more accomplishing than what I did with this house. But I also understand that there's players who look at this house and think that means nothing. That is a stupid...
Me!
Good thing that you did, which is fine to think about. They're wrong. They're very wrong, but it's fine to think.
No, we're right. We're very right. Housing is a cope. It's something you put in your game because you've lost the idea of what content you want to add next. So you're trying to distract your players. You're jangling the keys in their face, being like, look over here, come on, baby, come on, over here.
That way. That's the beauty of this game. That's the beauty of being a part of the community of old school RuneScape, is you can like and dislike different things about the game. If you want to challenge yourself and go for an Infernal Cape, a Quiver, Radiant Oath Plate, do it. Go for a Zuck Helm. Go crazy. If that's something you want to do and work towards, then do it. Or if you don't care about that at all, then go to World 301, sit at a campfire talking nonsense with the other players that don't care about that stuff. There's no correct way.
World 301, I gotta remember that. That's the based server. I understand now. I understand World 301's the place you want to be.
Way to play, and you should play this game in a way that makes you happiest. And if you do that, you're going to find yourself enjoying the game for a long time. Whether you've been playing for 20 years or you're finding out about old school RuneScape through this video somehow, there is a certain approach to this game that fits you perfectly. And ultimately, I think that is why people play RuneScape in 2025.
Probably. Very base video, except that little end part about housing. Very
so
good.
many more things that draw people to this game and keep them here. Feel free to comment, say why you are here. What's your story? I read all my comments, all of them. If you've ever commented on any of my videos, I've seen your name. Anyway, I think that's all I've got. Is it? I think that's all I have.
Yeah, that's all you have.
You got anything? I don't know if you said anything, I'll be honest. It's not how time works. It's not how time and space works. I can't ask you that. I have no idea what you said. Probably didn't even reply to it out loud.
Yes, I did.
This is probably the end screen. Maybe. Holy shit, the video's about to end. Damn. Flew by, huh?
Man, he's so good. He's so good at making this kind of content. For a game that's got like such chunky old graphics and has been alive forever and has just had such a heavy focus on the content, the fact that Jimmy somehow makes videos about old school RuneScape that are more interesting to me than the game is so impressive. Which server has all the Venezuelans? Maybe I should start farming and making cash off of the Venezuelan currency. I think the thing you gotta do first, you gotta understand, Jimmy, if you're living in a first world country and you go to the Venezuelans and you start like, you know, trying to make cash, you're making like 5 cents a month. Now to them, that's like the price of a mansion in their country. But in your country, that's how you die in poverty of starvation. I used to play Rift. You would build palace in that game. Yes.
I only follow one OSRS streamer. My inspiration to make videos. Hey.
You only follow one. Is that Jimmy? Probably. PKs hunt Venezuelans all the time. I know. There's an entire backstory lore behind what's happened in old school RuneScape when it's come to the Venezuelans, when it's come to the RMTers, when it comes to the bots. It's quite literally RuneScape, for all its problems, is one of those games where the story becomes what the players have made it into, as opposed to the story the devs have railroaded you into experiencing. And somehow they managed to make it work, which is what's so fucking impressive about it. I think that's kind of become a lost art, the more I think about it. What games have lore and backstory that's been built up by the player base like RuneScape? Maybe EVE Online? A few parts of WoW back in the past? And I genuinely cannot think of another one. Albion Online seems more contemporary. Maybe it's just because I don't know enough about Albion Online. I did play it for a while, but I don't know the player lore behind it. I just know that everyone fucking hates Swole Benji, and it always turns out that Swole Benji's tended to be right about the things he said, and it makes a bunch of people really, really fucking mad that he refuses to bend the knee and just like say the words that the community wants him to say. But outside of that, not much. What was the question again? The question was,
what games, what MMORPGs out there exist that have managed to accomplish a world where the lore and the development and the stories in the game have been generated and created by the players, as opposed to the devs railroading you through an experience that they want you to see. A story that you're forced to experience the same way as everyone else. Does Minecraft count? No, Minecraft's not an MMO. Although, I mean, it's pretty fucking close to one, if I'm being honest with you. It's a better survival game than most of the survival games out there. Player lore is extensive. It was my favorite part of the game, and I got to witness part of it. And that's what makes it the best, because there's nothing out there that's going to match that. There is no story that a game is going to be able to tell you that's going to match what a bunch of crazy fucking players do in a game. Whatever wacky shit they pull off is going to outperform whatever the devs tried to do, because the story that develops and evolves from players is so fucking unpredictable by comparison. Whereas I've noticed that a lot of MMOs and a lot of games that railroad you through a story, it's like there's almost like certain story beats that match like musical tones, where it's like, you know, when you're listening to a song, you almost expect a certain musical tone to appear after the one before it. That's the same thing that happens with stories in a lot of MMOs. And it's kind of depressing, because it becomes very predictable over time, unfortunately. Very predictable. It's really sad. But anyway, let's move on from old school RuneScape. There is only one other thing I want to look at before I start grinding out, trying to find that fucking disgusting Griffon mount by running around like a headless fucking chicken. There's only one other thing. And that's right. It's the Gabe Cube. The Gabe Cube is real and it can hurt you. I'm so excited about this. Now, here's what all of you don't understand about this, right? Actually, I'll save it for the end of this video because I want to confirm, because I've kind of avoided looking at anything about this. I've kind of dodged looking at any videos about the announcement. I've just seen a few Twitter posts about people losing their shit, and I really, really, really hope that it's as good as I expect it to be.
This is Steam Deck. Steam Deck is our powerful, portable, handheld gaming PC that lets you...
By the way, I got one of these. Right, so this is the perfect place for me to tell you this. When the Steam Deck came out, everyone saw it as a great opportunity to pick up a fresh new Steam Deck. Now, that's too expensive for my ass. But every time a new product comes out like this, I have to wait like a month. And then there's a bunch of fucking listings online of secondhand stuff that people are getting rid of that I can then pick up for dirt cheap. So if this is what I think it is, when it comes to what's coming with the Gabe Cube and everything else that comes alongside it, this is where my opportunistic ass takes advantage of everything. Also, you just sent me a fucking YouTube show. Oh, god damn, it's her again. Filter. Yeah, I feel like this is your #1 streamer out there. Holy shit. How did they get that big? How the fuck did they get that big? This poor woman probably has back problems that would make God cry. But I bet it's working wonders for her fucking viewership. Holy shit.
What am I doing at RuneScape?
She doesn't even fucking know.
I'm doing this, I guess.
No idea. No idea what she's doing in RuneScape, and neither does anyone watching her. She's a genius. This is like, you know, when God hands you a pair of aces, it's time to play those pair of aces.
She knows exactly what she's doing. She's a genius for that. Brilliant. Exceptional. I think unmuting might be a mistake. I bet every single time that poor woman finishes streams, everyone's like, no, come back, I wasn't finished yet. Every time. Now let's see what the Gabe Cube has to offer.
You take your Steam library with you anywhere. We're pretty proud of it. People who own Steam Decks have been playing everywhere, and we couldn't be happier with the response we've heard from all of you. We're excited to talk about the future of Steam Deck, but not today, because this isn't a video about the future of Steam Deck. This is a video about the future of Steam hardware. Today,
can I be honest about the secondhand Steam Deck that I picked up? I have yet to play a single game on the Steam Deck that is not an emulation of a really, really old game that I've gotten a hold of. And I'm so happy that you can emulate on the Steam Deck. I have yet to play a game that's in my Steam library on the Steam Deck. I just keep on downloading things to emulate on it, and it works so fucking good for that. I've been like reliving my childhood memories of all the Harry Potter games, playing it from the very first one. I'm currently like on Chamber of Secrets, which is one of the games that I couldn't get in my country back in the day, so that one's fresh and new to me, and I'm having the best time of my life. And every time my wife sees me playing that Steam Deck with an emulated game, she's like, why the fuck are you playing this blocky piece of shit instead of something cool? But that's because she doesn't understand. She doesn't understand yet. And you know what's really, really funny about playing the old Harry Potter games on Steam Deck? There's a fucking soccer game inside of one of them, where one of those little retards in the Harry Potter school in Hogwarts is like, West Ham is my favorite soccer team. I'm like, bitch, is there not fucking Quidditch in this universe? It's so fucking strange. It was such like a departure from what I expected from a game. They were definitely trying something unique. But she doesn't get it yet. One day I'm gonna emotionally manipulate her into playing the old Harry Potter games, and she's gonna have such a great time. And then she will understand.
we're announcing 3 new members of the Steam hardware lineup. All connect you
If anything, it should be football, not soccer. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they said the word football, but in my world, it's soccer. In my world, there's 2 words in South Africa that you call soccer, right? Football is for fucking Europeans who came down here for a little while and then went back to Europe. We call it soccer and we call it supadiski. Don't ask me why we call it that. I don't know. They just do.
With powerful PC gaming. All are optimized for gaming with Steam, and all are shipping in early 2026. Let's start with this one.
Where's this going? Oh, is this the new controller?
This is the new Steam controller.
It kind of just looks like an obese Xbox controller. It kind of looks like the hot girl let herself go and you checked in on her on Facebook 10 years later. And it turns out she's like the size of like 7 people. And I'm not sure if I'm for this or not. I need more info.
The new Steam controller puts all of your Steam games at your fingertips, so you can play wherever and however you want. Just like with Steam Deck, we want you to be able to play any game with your Steam controller, even games never built with a controller in mind.
Very
it has
nice.
all the great features from Steam Deck, like trackpads, gyro, and back buttons, all in a comfortable form factor.
Okay, that all just seems standard to me. I'm not sure what would make this controller so unique.
Its next-generation magnetic thumbsticks let you play with improved responsiveness and longevity. We've put capacitive touch sensors on the thumbsticks and now on the back of the controller too, so you can enable precision gyro aiming with the touch of your thumb, or your pinky if you're feeling fancy. Play for way too long with a rechargeable lithium-ion battery that allows for over 35 hours of playtime. With Steam Controller,
Okay, 35 hours a play. That's not bad. That's not fucking bad. That's really not bad at all.
We want to make charging and wireless pairing something that's actually easy. That's why we created the Puck. The Puck is a combination wireless adapter and magnetic charger included with every Steam controller. Snap it.
Okay, people are going to think that's impressive. But honestly, I think every single controller should have that. That should be standard, not impressive to people. I think that's just what should be expected out of a new fancy controller. I have the original Steam controller. Isn't it the ability to control a mouse cursor more naturally than with just a thumbstick that makes it unique? Pretty much, but I mean, it's basically just a trackpad, isn't it?
It on to charge. Once you're charged up, snap it off again. You can play over Bluetooth or a wired connection too. The new Steam controller works with any device running Steam or Steam Link, whether it's a PC, Mac, handheld, smartphone.
Okay, that would just be fucking odd. That's just weird. That's just weird. That screen's way too small for two people.
Steam Deck, or the new Steam Machine. Oh, this is the new Steam Machine.
Here we go. This is the one that matters.
Steam.
Thank God. Oh, thank God. Look at that thing. That's beautiful. That is exactly what a computer should be for people who don't want to build their shit. Just a box. Just a box that does the thing you want it to do. No fucking RGB all over the place. No epileptic fits. No goddamn shattered GPUs or like sagging in the GPU slot. That is perfect. That is ideal. You just slap it in, attach a screen, and play whatever the fuck you want. This is what a PC needs to be for most people. The idea of PC building, unfortunately, is like my generation's version of working on a car, right? We do it because we enjoy doing it. We play around with fucking RAM sticks and different like overclocking methods and stupid shit like that. This, for your average consumer, is ideal. This is the combination of what a console is matched up with what a PC is. And I bet this thing just beat the fucking brakes off of both a PlayStation and Xbox. I bet there's a guy inside of Microsoft who works at Xbox right now who's having a fucking stroke looking at this black square. Gotta be liquid cooled. Can't imagine the crazy heat from that thing. That's actually a good point. I wonder how they've cooled this thing. I wonder if if you have like a 3-hour play session on this little square, did it feel like touching molten lava? Might be running on ARM chips, maybe. But if I'm being honest, this is what a PC should be. It should be the exact same as a console, because what's going to happen is that people are going to get the little black box, plug it in, and want access to every single one of their Steam games. This is ideal for most people. And I bet that it attaches to a TV perfectly. And it's one cable that does it.
Steam Machine is a powerful gaming PC in a small but mighty package, designed for your games on the big screen. It's quiet too, which is crazy since
it's quiet. Press X to doubt on that. I'm pretty sure that you've got to have some vicious fucking fan in there like it's a laptop in order to keep that thing cool.
It's 6 times more powerful than a Steam Deck, powered by a discrete, semi-custom AMD GPU, enabling 4K gaming at 60 frames per second with FSR. Steam Machine runs SteamOS made for a bigger screen, built for gaming in your living room, your office, or where.
This is what I mean. This is exactly what I mean. You just slap that thing next to your monitor, you strap in whatever you need, and you just play some shit. This is ideal. This is like the perfect console PC combination.
Wherever you play, with the rest of your PC accessories. Steam Machine.
Also, how the fuck is she streaming off of that thing? I feel like this part of this is a lie. You can see the camera, you can see the microphone. There's no fucking way there's enough ports on this thing to support all of your hardware. There's zero chance that that's real.
Steam Machine borrows some great features from Steam Deck, like lightning fast sleep and wake, an SD card slot to easily expand your storage, and brings some new tricks of its own, like a customizable LED strip, which and brings some new tricks of its own, like a customizable LED strip.
I wish they didn't mention that part. What the fuck is it with shiny lights on boxes? Why do people care about this? It just seems like a way to waste electricity. All they needed was a little light in the corner that told you if something was wrong or right. The more LEDs, the gooder the PC. Yeah, that's fucking Warhammer Orc logic. Oh, just paint it red. That's gonna make it go faster. Man, I'm such an old piece of shit because I fucking hate RGB with a passion. Like, you know how irritating it is trying to buy a fan for a PC, and then they're like, yeah, but this one's got RGB in it. I'm like, I don't give a fuck what light it's got. Is it gonna cool the PC or not? Yes or no? Same as flames on your bike or your car, it makes it faster, bro. Okay, I understand. Oh, man. I'm so tired of RGB. I'm so exhausted by it.
Which can show different system functionalities, or your own light show. Steam Machine is a PC, so run whatever software you want, and it works with all your favorite desktop and game.
And for Jimmy's sake, I'm willing to bet that this is going to be running Steam OS and it's going to be Linux. And I think, I've said this before, but I think in the next 10 to 20 years, Linux is probably going to take over the OS market. And maybe they're going to do it through Steam. Primarily because Windows is such fucking bloatware that every single time that both of my PCs that I have update, I have to run Windows debloat software to get rid of all the bullshit that just wastes RAM.
Gaming accessories. Steam Machine is designed to work hand in hand with the Steam controller, with the low latency, wireless connectivity of the Steam controller puck built right in. And it's great for streaming your games to your phone, tablet, laptop, Steam Deck, or Steam Frame. Oh, yep. This is Steam Frame.
Okay, now this is the one I care about the most. This is the one I care about the most. Do you know why? January. January is going to roll around. And a bunch of people in my country are going to have gotten this fucking thing. They're going to have bought it for Christmas for someone that they know. Someone's going to put this on their head, get motion sickness, and throw up all over the floor. And it's going to be listed on Facebook Marketplace. And that's when I swoop in and pick one of these fuckers up for cheap. This is opportunity to me. And you know what's going to happen after that? We might just play some VR chat. We might just go harass people in VR chat. Man, I really wish that VR was better than what it is. Actually, let me think about this. What VR games are out there that are actually worth playing with a VR headset, aside from fucking around with people in VR chat because everyone in there is mentally ill? You know you can play VR chat without a headset, right? Yes, I'm aware you can do that, but that's not the full experience. That's not the point. The point is to get the full experience and look like a complete fucking moron. Beat Saber and Half-Life Alyx. That's it? That's it? How's my video I sent in the Discord? Do I need to add dubstep? I haven't taken a look at it yet, Filter. I will be looking at it later. What games are made specifically for VR currently that would make this a worthwhile purchase for anyone who's looking for that experience? VR, unfortunately, seems to be such a disappointment because it's such a niche market. And I really wish it would get better. But something I've realized that's like really, really problematic with VR is the idea that in order to use VR, what you need to do is you need to stand up and move around. And I'm sorry, but a bunch of fat, retarded PC players like sitting down and not moving for hours at a time. They've been preconditioned to doing that. Most of them don't want to do this because if they had to wave their hands around for 5 minutes, they'd get exhausted and then stop playing video games. VR is still a gimmick, not a proper device. Yeah, that's the biggest issue I see with it. I'm going to see if I can try and pick one of these up for cheap in January. And then we'll fuck around with people in VR chat. VR porn is the only real reason. That's even worse. VR porn seems like such a terrible fucking idea because all of a sudden you're jerking off with a fucking helmet on your head and someone walks in the room and you got your cock out. What a horrible idea. And you don't know they're there, but they're standing there for like 5 minutes just observing your jerk technique. Jesus Christ. You know you can play Guild Wars 2 in VR, right? I didn't. I actually didn't. I might actually try that. Yeah, but wait, hold on. Steam said the price will be in the range of a console. Yeah, but which console? So the problem with them telling you that it's going to be in the range of a price of a console is that I know currently because of all the AI bullshit that VRAM and stuff is going up in price, and the prices of all that shit is spiking through the fucking ceiling right now. So I imagine that it's going to probably be like $1,000 to pick up the black box, to pick up the Gabe Cube.
Steam Frame is Valve's next generation VR hardware.
See, look at that. Look at that. You could be getting robbed and you would have no fucking idea because you've got these goggles on your face. You could be jerking off in your room and someone's just cleaning the entire fucking place out. And as long as they don't bump into you, you'll never know.
All your Steam games. VR and non-VR alike in this comfortable, lightweight, wireless VR headset. Steam Frame uses camera-based tracking, so getting into your games is as easy as slipping on the headset and waking it up. Steam Frame controllers, included with the headset, are designed with all the inputs you need for your VR titles, like motion controls and capacitive tracking for all your fingers, as well as a split gamepad layout to work with your whole Steam library.
Okay, so if you got the Gabe goggles, what would be the point of picking up the Gabe controller if you can just use... wait, actually, I don't know if it's forced integration where you can only use the Gabe goggles with the Gabe controller that's matched to the VR headset. Did you hear your dogs barking? No, I heard something else.
They even feature the same magnetic thumbsticks as Steam controller for responsiveness and longevity. Steam Frame also pairs seamlessly with the new Steam controller, a great companion for playing non-VR games in the headset. To make sure streaming is smooth and stable no matter what, Steam Frame includes a wireless adapter that lets you stream your games from your PC to your headset over a fast and dedicated Wi-Fi 6 connection. And the game is...
Fuck. The Wi-Fi I have is terrible. Shit.
streamed to your frame optimized for VR, using new technology that allows for the highest resolution streaming exactly where your eyes are looking. And Steam Frame is a PC, running Steam OS. In addition...
Okay, this thing is going to be either fantastic or fucking terrible. I wonder which one it's going to be. This thing is either going to be incredible and push VR forward, or it's just going to be another failure on the market. There's no middle ground here. Google the specs of the box, and it says it's basically the same as the PS5, so nothing special. Has better CPU, but worse GPU. I think what's more important is what's the VRAM in that system looking like? And is it upgradable? I think the big selling point for something like the Gabe Cube over something like PS5 is the fact that you're not stuck with exclusives. You're not stuck with this idea that you need to buy something specific to the PlayStation environment, and you can basically just strap your Steam account to it, and everything that's in your Steam account is now playable in the GameCube. 8 gigabytes VRAM. Okay, that's disappointing. That's a little bit low. That's a little bit sad. God, I hope it's better. Oh, man. Fuck. Okay, now I've got massive press X to doubt vibes on the fact that they say that that thing's going to be able to play anything. Oh, man, only 8? Shit. They're probably going to, you know what, actually, maybe they're doing it on purpose. Maybe they're coming out with like a low VRAM version so that like 6 months from now when they release the GW2, it's going to have like 16 gigs VRAM. You realize that most people only use 8 gigs. Yes, I'm aware of that, but I'm thinking about this from the perspective of this is a small black box. What's the cooling like? Is it going to heat up to the temperature of the sun? At the same time, if it's got VRAM running at 8 and you've got a bunch of hyper unoptimized games, because game devs tend to be lazy and they've given up on the idea of speccing their games to work within a limited environment, is it going to cause issues from that perspective, right? 8 would be fine if game devs optimized the shit out of how that VRAM was utilized. But unfortunately, that's not what the standard is in this day and age.
In addition to streaming, you can install and play a bunch of VR and non-VR games right in the headset without a host PC. You can also expand your onboard storage to fit even more games with a micro SD card. Steam controller, Steam machine, and Steam frame.
Yeah, go for it. Link
all
me a video
built
on
with
it.
the same DNA as Steam Deck. All powered by Steam, work together, and can be used however you'd like with whatever peripherals and accessories you choose. Everything you see here is the culmination of what we've learned from our previous hardware experience and what we've wanted ourselves as gamers. Powerful PC gaming in an open ecosystem, giving you more ways to enjoy the games you love and discover new ones. Steam controller, Steam machine, and Steam frame are all shipping in early 2026. Learn more at steampowered.com/hardware.
This is either going to be exceptional, or when this is released, like a month later, everyone's going to be really, really fucking mad that this thing doesn't do exactly what they needed to do. It's going to be one or the other. Okay, this is just them jerking themselves off for the rest of the video. Okay, it's pretty decent. That might be good. I'm gonna just like that so that I've got that in my like tab, and then I can look back at it when people are either bitching or singing its praises. It's gonna be one or the other. Now, what was that? What was this?
The user's face, cool.
Oh, this guy.
But we'll have most of that. And
this guy does a good job. I like this guy's videos. Is he talking about the hardware here? Why did you link it at that exact time? I'm not quite sure. Is there a reason? Oh, this is him talking about the VR headset. This is important. Okay, I will go through that part.
The frame is a standalone battery-powered unit with inside-out tracking. No base stations, no mandatory wires, if you're used to those. It ships with a 21.6 watt-hour lithium-ion battery. Valve also informed us that the Steam frame hardware is not cross-compatible with the Index and the Vive at this time. Valve claims that power consumption from nominal to peak loads can range
It kind of looks like the Apple goggles, if I'm being honest.
from approximately 7 watts when streaming to more than 20 watts when running games on the headset itself. Power is heat, of course, so at 20 watts, Valve's thermal solution comes into play more. The headset is separated into 2 modular units, the core and the head strap. The face gasket is attached with magnets, so the grossest part of the headset should be fairly easy to replace or take off and clean. The core is fastened to the headset with 3 toolless clips. The core can...
Okay, so if I'm getting one secondhand, I'm definitely going to need to get one of those new pads that come on it, because you know that little Timmy definitely threw up all over that thing, or like he wiped his fucking snot on it. Okay, so that's the one thing I'm going to have to think about buying new if I'm getting one of these things later.
contains the optics, the compute, and the cameras. Meanwhile, the head strap contains the audio and the battery. And because everybody with a 3D printer is looking for a problem to solve, we're pretty confident that people will make quick use of the modularity in the design. But we got a huge amount of detail on the frame's thermal solution and how it's supposed to keep the device cool. We'll of course have to test that, and keep the user's face cool.
Problem is for people with glasses. I mean, the goggles are like right there against your eyes. Do you really need glasses for this? I suppose if you're far-sighted, you're about to have a bad fucking time.
But we'll have most of that in an immediate follow-up because we went pretty deep on it with some of the engineers there. It's a really fun video. That's going to be a separate one on the channel, so subscribe to catch that. We're going to do some basics, though, for this one. The short version for today is that there are 2 heat pipes flanking the silicon with the PCB area at the backside of the BGA package clear.
Okay, I don't care about that. I don't care about that. Where's the hardware of the Gabe cube that we're looking at? Let's see. I'm sure he's got things here. Machine BIOS modularity, machine specs 516.
Uses a BGA solution with SODIMM memory and modular M.2 storage, shipping in 512GB and 2TB models.
512 and 2TB. Most people are going to get the 2TB, but you just need the 512 because you can just uninstall and reinstall as you go.
With the microSD card slot for additional storage, and there's an optional Steam controller bundle. MicroSD cards can be pulled relatively seamlessly between the Steam Deck and the Steam Machine and transplanted between each other with games on them. It should be simpler than Windows in that way. The CPU is an AMD 6-core 12-thread Zen 4 processor with its IGP fused off, and the GPU is a separate semi-custom...
Okay, so fused CPU, so you're not going to be able to upgrade it. That kind of makes sense. They probably did that for cooling reasons, because it's easier if it's fused for them to stabilize cooling. So I kind of understand that perspective of why they did that. No. I mean, is that or risk scratching the lens with my glasses? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if maybe there'll be some kind of adaptability frame for people who are like visually impaired, but I'm not quite sure. It might not be worth doing.
Some RDNA 3 28CU chip that supports ray tracing.
Oh my god, I just realized. Imagine Baldur's Gate 3, but in VR. I know a disgusting amount of people who desperately wanted to fuck Karlach, and who've installed a stupid amount of mods just so they can see that demon's tits. Minthara as well. Imagine someone mods out the cutscenes to make it first-person viewable. People be having the best time of their goddamn life.
Tracing, which RDNA 3 does. The 28CU solution is paired with 8GB of GDDR6 VRAM, and then RDNA 3 was the RX 7000 series, so the 32CU RX 7600 would be relatively close by pure CU count comparison. There's other specs to consider as well, but just by CU count, this would be a little bit below that. System memory is separate at 16GB of DDR5 5600 laptop memory. For rear port,
wait, can people with one eye use VR? Yes, but I believe you're then only you're limited to only playing games with a pirate theme to them.
The Steam Machine has one DisplayPort 1.4, one HDMI 2.0 with CEC, one 1GB per second Ethernet, one USB Type-C 3.2 Gen 2 10GB per second, and two USB 2 Type A ports. There are also two USB 3 Type A ports.
Yeah, that's honestly, in my world, that's not enough ports. That's not nearly enough ports.
In the front, 2x2 Wi-Fi 6E, and another 2 separate antennas for Bluetooth and one specifically for the Steam controllers. Out of the box, it ships with SteamOS, although you probably didn't need us to go to Seattle to tell you that part. That much seemed obvious. Our biggest immediate concern by looking at this is definitely just the thermals. Looking at how closed off the box is in general, there's not a lot of space at the bottom. That's where most of the air is going to come in. There's a little bit of space at the front. You can take the front panel off, and that opens it up a lot. But we can't really pass too much judgment on it till we have it to benchmark, which we will definitely be doing. Valve did do a lot of tuning on thermals, so they have a single larger, for this size machine, 120mm fan that's used as a pole solution.
Jesus. They basically just strapped a propeller onto it and was like, okay, this will cool the entire system.
So that'll pull through the bottom and the holes in the front. It'll pull a lot through the holes in the front if you remove the front panel. But as always, there's trade-offs. So if you pull that front panel and more air comes in through there, that's going to come through the bottom. Something else might not get cool as much. Anyway, we'll test all that as soon as we have it in. There's a lot of thermal testing to do for that one. And acoustics too. We'll definitely be putting that in the acoustic chamber. But there were two critical shortcomings with the original Steam machines, the ones that predate this one. For some quick history, the first critical shortcoming was Valve did not ship them. It's kind of the main one, really. The second was that
So they've tried this before.
Valve was working with third-party suppliers, that'd be system integrators in this case, iPower companies like that, to make small form factor PCs as Steam machines. They did not intend to do large first-party runs at the time, other than a beta run. And there wasn't really a great
there were actually a bunch of them.
reason to use the 2015 version of Steam OS from that time. It was nowhere close to where it is today. Steam OS just was a much higher path of resistance than using Windows, and Windows wasn't yet at peak spot
I didn't even know that there were that many Steam machines out there. Jesus.
capacity.
And so essentially we just feel like now is the right time for us to make these happen, just because we finally feel like we have the software and the hardware pieces all figured out.
Right.
By all accounts, the SteamOS experience on Steam Deck, people love it. They love the convenience.
You know what this is making me think as well? You know what Steam's got to do? And you're going to hate me for saying this. You're going to fucking despise me for saying this. But I think Steam needs to go out of their way to make a gaming phone. Because I think they're the only ones who could probably get it right. A dedicated gaming Steam phone. They're almost there with the Steam Deck. I think for the next generation of people who are so focused on like mobile games and don't build PCs and don't do all of the shit, this is like a good middle ground. The Steam Deck is a good middle ground, so is the VR headset. Make a Steam phone. I think Steam could honestly dominate the market and become the new Windows if they really wanted to.
We're seeing a lot of people use their Steam Deck to dock to their TV.
Right.
Primarily, to us, that just means that that console experience is there. But we just simply feel like
I think they need to create their own version of Twitch. Wait, can't you stream to Steam directly? Red Magic is one of the best gaming phones. Yes, I remember this. I saw this the other day. The new Red Magic 11 phone. I did look at that and I was like, God damn, that thing looks so fucking cool. Maybe Steam needs to get in contact with Red Magic and be like, yo, it's time you and I work together. I think they could make something fucking incredible.
If we were to make something that's more intended for that use case, that doesn't have the weight and battery life limitations, we can give those people a much better experience.
Now, you might look at the Steam machine in our footage and think, if not console, why console shaped? And it's really simple. It's because it is a small form factor computer. That is all it is. It's an SFF PC with SteamOS on it. And that's a good thing. That's really what we want because it has most of the modularity of computers.
Most of that's
it doesn't
fine.
have the CPU and GPU. Those are BGA.
Memory,
That's
what I care
it's kind
about.
of a side shoot. It goes into PCB design and memory trace routing. And so this was cool, where the GPU is GDDR6 memory VRAM, and that poses some unique challenges, Valve was telling us, where they ended up using a 10-layer PCB because of the memory solution. But here's the clip.
Adding layers is typically done because you need the layers for routing, and that's for us was the main reason because we needed to. GDDR6 is really hard to route.
Okay, why is that?
It's a lot of signals, very high-speed signals. They're very dense, so it takes a lot of layers to do that. And also, GDDR is pretty power hungry, so you have to kind of use some layers for power routing and then other layers for signal routing.
And is it still true that each trace for memory needs to be the same length?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. So you have to time delay match.
Okay, that's just talking technicals.
Time delay.
Right. I hope that 8 gigabytes is enough. I hope that's future-proofed enough because you know that there's going to be some dog shit devs out there who don't know what they're doing with memory and have no idea how to optimize their game, and that might actually destroy the Gabe Cube. For example, let me give you an example. There's this game right here. I like playing this game. This game, 9 Kings, right here. If you start going infinite rounds in 9 Kings, you get to a point where if you're playing this on the Steam Deck shuts down because it cannot handle it. Is the same thing gonna happen when you end up playing things on the Gabe Cube? I hope not. I desperately hope not. make a gaming phone, then create a new separate brand and create an actual productivity phone and a fitting dock and replace notebooks for most jobs using only MS Excel and Outlook. Most people don't even use Microsoft Excel and Outlook anymore. What they use is they use Gmail as a replacement, and they use the online Google Drive systems like Google Sheets, Google Docs, because it's just easier and it doesn't cost you an arm and a fucking leg and the soul of your firstborn child. I think Windows, I think Microsoft is now on a backslide. I think that they keep on losing market share, making retarded decisions, and they deserve their failure if they keep on going the way that they do. And I think for Steam, this becomes an opportunity for them to go from being like a gaming platform out into now they're building an OS, out into now they're building a PC. These guys could dominate almost every single market in the future if they just keep on going the way that they are. They could do all of that, and people would love them for it. Do you remember this VR was hyped like this is the future of gaming? Movies like Game and Ready Player One tried to sell us the dream. Here's the problem, Janissary. Ready Player One's a really good movie. I like it. I like Ready Player One as a movie. I genuinely wish that VR was as immersive and as good as it is in VR. But it's just not that. That the capabilities that we see are just not that. They advertise as 60 FPS 4K, and there's around 0% chance it will run games with that. The issue with them advertising it in that way is they're probably advertising it that as in we pulled this in a controlled environment doing exactly the right things at the right time, and that's not how people treat their systems, unfortunately. People don't treat their systems in that kind of closed environment space. Also, one of the things, maybe they talk about it somewhere here, one of the problems with cooling a PC is if you've got this thing strapped to a TV and it's in your living room, it's sitting somewhere that's unoptimal for airflow. It's in a corner, it's on a table, it's on a fucking little rug somewhere because your grandma can't help but keep on knitting doilies together and you don't want to disappoint her by throwing them in the trash, so you put them underneath the Gabe cube. I think airflow is going to be an issue with this thing. I think the VRAM's a problem, not because the VRAM's an issue, but mostly because there's certain games that just do such a fucking terrible job at optimizing the way they use memory. I think there are very many potential issues, but if this comes out and it does exactly what it says it does on the tin, I might be eating my words. And I would be more than happy to be wrong about things. I'll wait till VR MMOs come out, if they ever do. You know why they'll never come out? I've thought about this. Do you know what the biggest problem with VR MMOs is? There's a certain subsect of retards and gaming journalists. Good night, Rose. I mean, good night, Fitna. Why am I saying my own fucking name? You too, Dicey there. Good night. So, one of the problems with VR is if there was a VR MMO that gave you the freedom and functionality you wanted, people would immediately use that as an opportunity to, in VR, molest female players and make them really uncomfortable. And unfortunately, the largest fucking population of games journalist retards can't handle that, and they will then conflate the fact that someone tried to touch their titty in VR as being molested in real life, and they will kick up such a shitstorm that it'll damage Steam's reputation because of how fucking retarded it is. $10,000 price tag, probably, unfortunately. It's probably going to be worse in my country because there's going to be import-export costs, and you've got to pay the government extortion. That's usually about 50 to 80% of the price of the thing that's being imported. So yeah, maybe 20,000, unfortunately. Everyone will be playing female characters in VR MMO, and all of them will be dudes. That's the best part. Also with VR, imagine trying to do VR sword fight. There's no sense of collision. Just waving back and forth wildly would be the meta. You know, you're saying that, Rosario, and there's a guy out there somewhere where what he did
was he took one of the VR controllers and he attached it to like a drill piece that spins. And then he played like a boxing game in VR and he just kept winning because the character in game, their fist just kept on rotating like a fucking blender into everyone. So yeah, that weird shit like that is bound to happen. But also the sense and lack of collision is going to be very, very fucking strange until they figure out a way to solve that. I think until maybe VR controllers become actual gloves with some level of haptic feedback, that's not going to be like the case. There's not going to be any like sensory feedback from that sense. Lots of weirdos in VR chat, it's going to carry over there. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. Now, the last thing I did want to look at, specifically because of the VR headset, was, you know the previous guy there? Nexus, he kind of styled on this man right here. So I wanted to focus on the VR headset because I'm very interested in seeing if this is actually worth it or whether this is just going to be like one of those gimmicky things that then once again falls off and becomes nothing important in the future. I hope this is a new open door for VR games and people are going to start looking at them and actually taking them seriously. And this is the first step in the right direction. But I'm very doubtful that's going to happen.
Knows that outside-in tracking is just better for VR gaming. It's faster, more accurate, and it's more reliable. Well, here's the thing. Valve isn't everyone, and the new Steam Frame took my expectations of a lousy, flaky experience in a standalone VR headset with camera-based positional tracking and blew them away.
Interesting.
They also blew away my expectations for their new Steam Machine and Steam Controller, but that's a separate video. We'll have that link.
Can you see through it? Is it like the Apple Vision Pro thing where you can actually see through it to the other side? Or is it like it completely blocks your vision? Because if it completely blocks your vision, there's going to be so many people running into fucking walls and fucking each other up by swinging their arms around and doing stupid shit because they can't see what's happening around them. Has cameras. Okay, but do you see things through those cameras that is outside of the game? Can you do that with it? And does it like dynamically switch, or do you have to manually switch between things? Now the first VR MMO won't let you see what others are trying to do to you emote-wise. It will only be client-side for how players are using their hands and what creepy things do. Do you think, okay, Nist, here's the problem with you saying that. Games journalists are lying fucking rats. Do you really think they're not going to find some way to conflate that so they can pretend to be a victim? They will find a way to fuck that up for everyone. I promise you. They will actively go out of their way to try and find some way to be a victim.
Down below. In 2 words or less, this thing is impossibly good. And, maybe more importantly, impossibly versatile. They managed to make it lighter, more comfortable, and higher fidelity than the OG Index for PC VR gaming. They managed to bolt an ARM-based computer to it that runs mobile VR games and applications. You can even just sideload an Android APK. And the whole thing runs freaking SteamOS with a new element to their Proton compatibility layer called Fex that allows you to play desktop.
Oh shit, the thing itself runs it. This thing is actual hardware as opposed to something you just strap into a PC. Interesting.
VR games. I'm talking x86 Windows VR games on your ARM Linux VR headset. I would mic drop this, but I think I'd get in trouble. The last part I wouldn't believe if I didn't experience it for myself, but they did all of this with latency that is indistinguishable from the best VR experiences that I've had. But is it indistinguishable from the best segue I've ever had? To our sponsor, Jawa.
Oh, fuck off.
Chance of winning.
Fuck off, I couldn't care less about your goddamn
It's meant to be a
disgusting
standalone device
sponsor.
that can also be enjoyed alongside your PC using wireless streaming for VR, which sounds horrible, but somehow it's not. Let's take a closer look at the hardware. Then we can talk about how they did it. The headset that I'm holding is actually made up of multiple components.
Here's my problem. The Wi-Fi I have in my house is absolute dog shit. And if this is integrating directly into Wi-Fi and it's not like a private connection between a PC and the thing, using its own like Wi-Fi card in some way, I'm fucked.
Core module contains the actual computer and weighs under 190 grams. Then next is an audio module that can be detached with 3 clips under the foam gasket. Then there's the head strap and a battery pack that is cleverly positioned at the back to help counterbalance the device, improving comfort, and also to make it a little bit easier to cable manage if you wanted to have an external battery pack. The optics are, simply put, flipping incredible. Like other leading headsets, they're using pancake lenses, but unlike some other headsets that use pancake lenses, there was very little in the way of internal reflections visible in the demo applications that I use today. It is possible that with brighter light sources, it could show up a bit more, but that's going to be something that I'll have to save for the full review. What I can tell you is that under each lens is a 2160 by 2160 LCD display that's capable of anywhere from 72 Hz, presumably for power saving, up to 120 Hz with a 144 Hz experimental mode, just like we had on the Valve Index. As for why Valve decided to use LCD rather than OLED, it basically came down to the light losses due to the pancake lenses. Ooh, since I'm pointing at them, on the inside of each lens, maybe you could even see them if you went cross-eyed enough, is an eye tracker that's obviously going to be great for social VR experiences, but perhaps more.
Holy shit, I can imagine so many VTubers getting a hold of this thing so that they can do better eye tracking with their models and stuff. They will find a way to adapt this thing to what they're doing. And it's going to be really, really funny about a year from now when all these fat, hairy truckers have a voice changer to sound like a little girl, a little underage girl, and they just have what's essentially a 4-year-old girl with massive tits as their model. It's coming. And the illusion's going to break when they accidentally show themselves on screen, and it's just some fat guy with the biggest pile of chest hair you've ever seen. And it's gonna sink so many careers where they fuck that up.
More importantly, enables Valve to do what they call foveated streaming, which I'm gonna have to explain later because it gets a little in the weeds. First, let's take a look at the controllers. Valve fully acknowledges that these are very similar.
Hold on, now they'll still be using iPhones because they don't just need to track their eyes, but also their facial expression. That's true. That's true. Actually, you're right about that.
To other designs in the market, but they wanted something that was both great for VR and also great for your non-VR applications if you just want to use your headset as a giant virtual display. And they still managed to add some Valve touches to them, putting capacitive sensing on all input surfaces and on the grips, so you can still do 5-finger tracking just like the Knuckles.
What would be the point of getting the Steam controller if you could get a hold of these controllers with the Gabe goggles? It seems like that would be redundant.
Controllers from the Valve Index. They have 2-stage actuating triggers, 2-stage actuating grips, which unlocks a ton of control customization. They use the same magnetic thumbstick as the new Steam controller for better reliability and a very small dead zone, and they each have their own independent gyros that can be rebound for aiming or whatever you want. I can't tell if they were being suggestive there, given the popularity of certain VR applications, but I can't say for sure that they weren't. Both controllers have an integrated IMU to track positional data and 18
Does Linus have grills? What the fuck is that thing on his teeth? Braces. They don't look like braces. That looks like he's got fucking grills. God, it's been a while since I watched a Linus Tech Tips video. I didn't know he had fucking braces. God damn.
IMU to track positional data, and 18. These were strategically positioned so that even if you were, say for example, drawing an arrow from a quiver, it should be able to maintain tracking. Now, I didn't get a chance to try that, nor did I get to fire up Beat Saber, my favorite application for evaluating controller tracking under extreme conditions. But from just shaking them around in the menu, they seem to track extremely well. Valve is claiming about 40 hours of battery life off of a single AA, and this battery compartment is a perfect transition to the customizability that's on display.
So you can just pop the batteries out your dildo and put them in here and it'll still work. Great, fantastic.
With this headset. They're going to have an optional accessory kit that includes knuckle straps for the controller, as well as a second head strap with a top Velcro piece if you like a bit of additional support. I personally liked it better, but...
Well, a big flaw with the controller, I see no wrist strap. Well, they just showed the wrist straps there, but it seems to be an optional extra.
I also didn't feel like it was necessary like it is on the much heavier Apple Vision Pro. There's a lot more to customize on the frame itself too. It includes a spacer gasket for folks with long eyelashes and to improve compatibility with glasses, but Valve fully acknowledges that not everyone will want to use that because it does take away a...
Okay, so you can put your glasses on with this thing. because it's got a spacer to make sure that you can fit your glasses on, but it's still going to be weird because if you got your glasses on, there's always that line that comes out the side of your head and around your ears, and then you've got the foam thing compressing the glasses into the side of your face. That seems like it would still be pretty uncomfortable.
Little bit from their claimed about 110-degree field of view, so they are working on prescription lenses for the headset itself. We even saw a box of them, but there's no specific timeline on that.
Okay, so there are prescription lenses they're building for this thing. Interesting.
IPD adjustments are handled with a little knob on the top that spins a cog on the core module, and this is really cool. Right between the goggles at the bottom here is an expansion port that allows up to two 2.5 gigabit MIPI cameras, or a single camera with a PCIe Gen 4x1 slot, allowing all kinds of possibilities for additional accessories. Like if you wanted color cameras, for instance, the built-in ones are only monochromatic. Or if you wanted, I don't know, a smell sensor, the sky's the limit. Since we're on the subject of the cameras, Valve says that they will work for inside-out tracking even in pitch darkness thanks to IR emitters that are built into the headset itself, and you can expect tracking performance on the order of about 200 to 250 updates per second, which is about on par with the Valve Index. Not something that I expected. Now that I've had a chance to gather my thoughts and eat some crappy airport food, let's talk about how Valve is delivering a PC VR-like experience wirelessly when big names like Apple and Meta have tried and never really succeeded. It starts with the...
Couldn't they just add some vision adjustments so they focus like they were actual glasses? Potentially, I suppose, but that might not fix the issue with people who have certain vision problems and vision impairments. It might be better to just put in certain prescription lenses that help them directly and do it through like a more mechanical system rather than trying to do it digitally. So it just works out better that way. Also, that just gives them an extra component to sell to you, which makes them more money. So why wouldn't they do that?
The least interesting looking part, this 6 gigahertz Wi-Fi dongle. Valve built the headset with 2 radios and 2 antennas for Wi-Fi.
Oh no, you know what the problem with this thing is? The problem with this dongle is that if you plug it into a USB port, and there's a USB port either above or below it or next to it, it's going to block off the other USB port. I can see that happening already.
Valve built the headset with 2 radios and 2 antennas for Wi-Fi, along with a 3rd dedicated antenna for your controllers or your Bluetooth peripherals. One of those Wi-Fi antennas handles 5 gigahertz for your game downloads, your multiplayer data, your voice chat, etc. The other one connects to a very high-end home router, or more likely, Valve's dongle using the so far mostly unused 6 gigahertz band.
Look at that. That USB port right there is now completely unusable. Look at this. So, like, if you've got one of these and you strap it into a part of your PC, this becomes unusable and this becomes unusable. Hopefully there's like an extension cable that they'll make so that this thing can like, or like some kind of spacer so that you can use that in the future. But you have to sacrifice 2 ports for that thing. I'm guessing the larger market share is people that don't have a pile of vision problems. Probably. Honestly, it's like one of those things where it's like most video games don't use a colorblind mode because they're like, I don't give a fuck about 0.01% of the market. It's nice to see it, but it's not the primary focus of the game. They'll just shrug their shoulders and say that's a problem for later.
This is a perfect use case for 6 gigahertz, since it lacks the wall penetration that you might want for home Wi-Fi, but it excels at avoiding 2.4 and 5 gigahertz channel congestion while pushing huge amounts of bandwidth. With that said, while the theoretical maximum is right up there with wired connections, in the real world it falls well short of that. So what's the secret? Foveated streaming. Seeing this in action blew my flipping mind. Basically, the idea behind it is similar to foveated rendering, where the headset tracks your eyes and tells your GPU, hey, only render the area of focus at full fidelity and save your resources on the rest of the scene. It's a technique that's been used to great effect on the handful of PSVR 2 titles that exist, but has been largely untapped on the PC side, largely because it depends on game developers to implement it. And also, most headsets don't have built-in eye tracking, so why would they bother? Foveated streaming then. Again, same idea. Focus your resources wherever the eyes are looking, except in this case...
I wonder if that would get uncomfortable on your vision, the fact that it changes like the resolution depending on where your eyeballs are. And like if you squint, right? What if you put this thing on your head and you squint? and it's like tracking your eyeballs, and you've just got that one eye that's just like aiming towards your fucking forehead. And then it's just like there's just this high resolution dot in the top left hand corner of the one screen at all points in time, regardless of where you're looking.
It's not the GPU saving on rendering resources, it's the video encoding stream saving on bitrate. So you get crystal clear, high bitrate encoding, exactly where your eyes are looking, and then a little bit blurry everywhere else. At least in theory. In practice, it reacted so fast that no matter how quickly I tried to move my eyes, I wasn't able to catch it. But I also don't feel too bad about that. Valve put on an incredible demo for me in Half-Life Alyx, where they highlighted the maximum fidelity window as I was looking around. And even though they say it's only about 10% of the total video stream, it ends up being a pretty large window. Wild. As for the encoding latency, well, thanks to some clever parallelization of the encoding, you can expect anywhere from 1 to 2 milliseconds of extra latency on a modern GPU, and 4 to 5 for a slightly older but still VR-capable one. Not enough to notice or to contribute to significant motion sickness. And it keeps getting better. I managed to get almost 50 feet away from the dongle without a noticeable difference in the experience. Now, granted, this is still line of sight, but it's a lot further than I can get with a tether. Now, I did bring up the possibility of more than one of these devices causing interference with each other, and Valve said that while they have operated multiple headsets concurrently in the same space, they haven't explored more demanding use cases like packed VR cafes. Moving on to audio. The built-in solution is both.
Fuck 'em, why would you want to play a VR game around a bunch of stank-ass other people? You know there's going to be one guy playing the VR porn game while you're all playing the shooting game, and he's going to whip his cock out. And now you don't know that there's some fat guy in the cafe with you, like, just jacking off in the center of the room. Fuck that. No thank you. No fucking way it keeps up with human look movement. No fucking way. This sounds like a goddamn nightmare. You know what? There's no way for us to be able to tell how good or bad it is without having a first-hand experience. But I bet experience is going to vary drastically with this.
Incredibly impressive, and also a little disappointing. I'm impressed by the audio quality. They apparently had to use opposing drivers to cancel out the vibrations to make sure that the inside-out tracking wouldn't get messed up, and they sound fantastic. As for the mic, I didn't get a chance to test it, but Valve assured me that the mic should carry on the Index's incredible reputation for stellar microphone performance. I'm disappointed because I
couldn't give a shit about the mic, to be honest. Like, you should have an independent mic system anyway, but like, I guess if you want an all-encompassing system, you probably want a mic that you're never gonna use because no one ever fucking uses VoIP in video games because everyone is scared of a human interaction.
Literally had the engineer who worked on the Index and this new headset in the room with me, and when I asked her for a gaming headset with all this same audio black magic, she just shrugged. So, sorry y'all, I tried. In all seriousness, the speakers don't fire directly into your ears, so there is a bit more sound bleed than with the Index, but it doesn't seem like a game breaker, depending on what you're watching and who's around. The last couple of experiences I want to talk about are a huge deal whether you plan to use them or not. The first is Thex, an open source project that Valve has been contributing, and this is a quote, quite heavily to. It's a translation layer that allowed me to experience a completely standard Windows x86 game, 82 in this case, running directly on the hardware on the frame. I'm talking x86 code designed to run on Windows, running on a Snapdragon 8650 running Linux. Holy freaking mind blown. They're planning a compatibility list a la Great on Deck for the future. But wait a second. Running on Linux? Yeah, Valve's been busy. Porting SteamOS to ARM. How did they drop so much news on one day? The frame does everything that you know and love about SteamOS, like fast suspend and resume and performance overlays, except on your VR headset directly. And as I mentioned briefly in the intro, if you blinked, you might have missed it. With this new ARM processor comes the ability to, supposedly, run Android APKs by directly sideloading them onto the Steam frame.
Oh, shit.
And given how many VR experiences are designed to run on mobile devices, this is a colossal win. And with Valve's commitment to putting
That's actually genius to integrate that directly, because there's those like really cheap VR things where it's like you can take your phone and slot the phone in. And the fact that they're then integrating Android is genius. That's brilliant. These guys, honestly, like, even if this does end up being a failure, it seems like Steam is making a push to put their cock on the table and tell every other company to suck it. And I'm kind of for it.
SD card slots on all their devices. It can't be too hard to install. Now, there are still some areas where the frame doesn't seem to be industry leading. The light seal isn't perfect, especially if you compare it to the Beyond 2 with its custom 3D printed gasket. The pass-through cameras, they're just monochromes, so don't expect to be wearing your frame out and about like people did with the Apple Vision Pro for the first week or so.
Fuck 'em.
From my very brief and admittedly not side-by-side experience, it's also not the highest clarity nor highest dynamic range display I've ever seen, and it's not as light or compact as, say, the big screen Beyond 2. But it's the overall package that should have the entire rest of the industry stopping and going, how did Valve, who, as of 2021, supposedly had less than 350 employees, managed to outmaneuver monsters like Meta, who spent $17.7 billion on Reality Labs just last fiscal year?
I'll tell you how they do it. It's because they're not bloated as fuck and you don't have to go through 700,000 approval processes. I'm going to tell you this from a project management perspective, right? The second that you scale any kind of like company like this, the second you have a small group of people who are there doing fundamental work and are as good as everything else, they will always outperform these big, gigantic fucking companies like this, because these guys have an inertia movement that they just cannot get rid of, because there's a billion different processes and there's a billion different people trying to work on a billion different things and fucking each other up. A small, tight, wet little team is always gonna outperform that big, loose, floppy team that just keeps on fucking things up for you and still doesn't know how to cook.
I would ask Gabe how it happened, but I'm pretty sure he's busy on his yacht. All I know is that I want one, whether it's for wireless PC gaming, native gaming on the road with minimal bulk in my bag, or even just relaxing on the couch watching movies on the big screen. Like, what kind of sucker needs a big TV when this thing exists? So, with the frame clearly taking the place of the Index in Valve's lineup, what happens to all the users of the Index and, maybe more importantly, the third-party ecosystem that
they can go fuck themselves, that's what happens,
exists around its base stations and Knuckles controllers? The short answer is the Index is EOL, but the long answer is Valve would love to see other players in the VR space approach them about continuing to support or even continuing to manufacture these devices. Whether that'll happen, I don't know, but at least Valve is open to the conversation. Just like I'm open to telling you about our sponsor.
Grammarly. Writing things like a novel, an essay, or even a quick thing.
Okay, I don't care. 2 fucking ads in a video? Jesus. The greed on this man is infinite. Holy fuck. Okay, well, I think this is a good push. I genuinely think this is a fantastic push from Valve. I think this is amazing. I love the fact that they're doing this stuff. I love the fact that they're going to go out of their way to try and beat the fucking brakes off of the rest of the market. I think anyone who's in love with Linux is probably like jizzing in their pants right now that they might end up being the next push towards Linux becoming like the standard of every single home OS system. I think from the VR perspective, they've just shown the market how to make something and how to develop it on the next steps. I think when it comes to the Gabe Cube, it's ideal for anyone under the age of 400 years old like me, who doesn't want to build a custom PC but wants the functionality of just playing their fucking games. Don't we have a Linux guy in Discord? He's right there, it's Jimmy. It's Gene Vox, that's him. He's in love with Linux. He said he's gonna marry it one day the second he can strap it to a sex robot. So Valve managed to make a platform that fits on a phone that can run full resolution x86 games. God damn, I really want to see the result. So do I. I feel like, here's the problem. It's the same as like a video game release right now. When it comes to these kind of pieces of hardware, is we're not seeing all the problems and issues. We're seeing the ideal cases right now. We're seeing the pie in the sky. These are the promises we're making. Now, granted, Valve has a good track record of keeping their promises as much as possible and doing a pretty decent job of it. But you know, that doesn't mean they're always gonna, they're not always gonna go 1-for-1 with that stuff. They may at some point in time fuck it up. Now then, let's play some Guild Wars 2. I have a collection to try and start doing. I have not yet got Mastery 3 for the Sand Dog in Guild Wars 2, so not all of the things may be collectible, but my goal, at least in this stream, is to try and get at least a few of the collectible items I require to get the Griffon. So we will get somewhere at least. Oh, listen to how good that music is. Fuck. Right. Last time. Where was I? Okay, last time I got incredibly disappointed that Timey didn't fucking die to Joker. I got incredibly disappointed that Braham is back. What a fucking disappointment of a human being. God, I can't believe he's still there. He should be dead. He should have committed suicide in a back room somewhere and we never had to deal with him again. But that's not today's problems. Today's problems is this fucking collection right here. Where is it? Here, we'll start here, actually. I'm gonna try and go for the stuff inside of the Crystal Oasis today. I'm gonna aim straight for everything I can get in the Crystal Oasis. I might run out of time, mostly because I'm fucking retarded. But I'm gonna have fun with it. So we'll do this top down. We'll start here with Gundayo, the Rune of Honesty. Recover this rune from the corrupted facet. Legendary bounty. Oh no! Oh, wait, actually, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I've got the Robo Fridge here that's going to do all the damage for me. Maybe I can actually start to do bounties now. Maybe now that I've got something competent next to me that's an NPC that does damage for me.
Reports of creatures driven insane by ley energy.
Maybe now I'm going to be okay. Maybe. Using the guide or in-game tips. Just in-game tips. I'm going to do it the same way I built Salad Bowl. By being a complete fuck-up. Now, who do we have to kill? Corrupted Facet. Legendary Bounty in Crystal Oasis. Butch. Ambusher. Sorcerer. Punisher. Is this the wrong bounty board? What if I talk to this guy? What does he have to say? No, oh, okay, nothing useful. Just post to LFG. No. I'm gonna do this the hard way. I'm gonna do this the way an absolute retard would do this. I'm just gonna go in, dick out, and if I get fucking destroyed, I deserve it, and I'm gonna have fun doing it. Are there any other bounty boards on this map? There's a bounty board. Maybe it's that one. Wrong board, yeah. I kind of figured. Feel free to join in if you need to do that as well. But I'm not going to use LFG. I'm going to do this like a fucking moron. Right, Legendary Facet. That's the one. Hunt down the Corrupted Facet.
Wicked ley enhanced creatures.
Oh shit, it's all the way up there.
What are you gonna do about it?
I've been there before. Legendaries aren't soloable. Well, I'm about to find that out. I'm about to find that out. Okay, I've been hearing a lot of weird noises outside. I'm gonna be right back. I just gotta double check something. Like, unfortunately, this is the problem with living in a dog shit area is I actually have to worry about my security. I'm gonna be right back. Alright. Now, unfortunately... Peterus, I named... By the way, I just saw your messages in-game. I named my robot Timey specifically because someone donated to the charity, and I said that the next person to donate to the charity would get to pick the name of the mech. And that's the fucking name they chose. I'm trying to cope by saying that, think of it this way. It's just kind of a better version of Timey because it's actually useful. It's the Timey we need, not the Timey we have in-game. Now, unfortunately, it does seem like there is some weird shit going on outside. There is something odd going on outside my house. So if I have to disappear and end stream early, I apologize. It doesn't seem to be my problem as of yet. And I'm hoping it stays that way. But there's something odd going on out there. So I apologize if I end early. I hope I don't have to. Right then, let's go work our way towards, thingy. I'm gonna lose this mech. I mean my mount mech. Fuck me. Okay, fine. Fine. You wanna pick this fight? Fine. That's fine. You can all die. I don't mind.
It's burning me.
Also, I just realized I gotta get on my favorite mount. I can just skip all of this by doing this. Hup! God, that's beautiful. When will we see a Condi mech? You will see a condom mech much later when I can figure out how the stats work in Guild Wars 2. I'm still too retarded for that. That's why I go flat damage. Plus, I kind of like trying to see big number. Big number feel good. Not small number over long period of time. I'm not smart enough to figure that out yet. Give it some time. I'll get there eventually. I'll probably try condition builds after I try out like Hollowsmith and the T1000. Okay, so that's what we got to deal with. That's the thing to try and kill. Time for another Pokemon battle, I suppose.
Smash them.
Oh fuck, his health is barely moving. Oh shit. It's just evading? What? Surrounds itself with fear-inducing field, legendary corrupted facet. Phase shifted, avoids attacks from outside. Okay, so we gotta stand in the blue circle. That's why.
Take them out.
Hyper beam, go.
Deploying projectiles.
Okay, he's fine. He's fine. We're dealing with him. Okay, it's also because there's a ton of other people here. Holy shit. You know what? I will accept that group invite. I'll take all the help I can get with this thing. It doesn't seem nearly as bad as what I thought it would be. Especially when there's 1,000 other people who are actually competent around me. Reading in my MMO. I know, it's weird, right?
Take them out.
Astoundingly, Guild Wars 2 kind of forces you into this weird situation where you actually have to worry about reading. I'm not used to it. I'm a WoW player. We don't read shit. We just stand in the fire and die. Aha. Okay, now it makes sense as to why there's so many people doing this.
It was nothing.
Right. That's one down. That was so much better than the salad bowl collection. At least it was straightforward. Right, what's the next one? Sunspear Tithe. Consuming this item provides bonus trade contracts. Purchase this relic from Priestess Karima in the Crystal Oasis. Priestess Karima. Oh, where the fuck is Priestess Karima? I would assume she's in the church. In the Temple of Uselessness. That was easy. Easy, because everyone else did the work for it. We're doing Griffon. Yeah, today's Griffon day. I want to get at least one collection from one area done.
Do you ever wonder if they have a point? That Cormier is blind to the miseries of this world?
Priest Hakim. Wait, I've been here. I've collected his thing.
I know. It's just hard
I think.
Sometimes to keep the faith.
He's not the one I'm looking for. Is she even here? She's not here, is she? A lot of collections and shit require you to do the corrupted facet and leggy bounties give a currency that you need for legendaries. That's perfectly fine. If I can double up and then worry about the other things later that I don't care about right now, that's beautiful. I count that as a skip in my book. Let's see. So it's not here because I've completed this hard quest. And I remember when I'm buying shit, I've got to go to places with hard quests. Probably not that one. Where the fuck would Priestess Karima be? You're gonna join Wing Academy and post Flying Idiots. I'm gonna be fucking joining Crash Academy and slamming my character into the fucking ground. I'm gonna fuck that up so many times. Okay, that's Aksim, so that's not the one. Hard quest. I should look for a hard quest somewhere. Maybe it is this one. In the legendary maps, they reset. Guess what? Okay, that's not here. It's definitely not here. Definitely not there. There's no way it's this one. Okay, let me just double check.
They say this place was abandoned by followers of Glint.
Maybe it is that one.
We have another race starting soon. If you want to be a part of it, come tell me.
I might actually need trade contracts at some point. I might need to do those. Fuck. Where the fuck is this whack job? I know it has to be related to one of the hard quests, right? Because if I'm buying shit, it's always, please do my thing and then I'll sell you stuff. Yep, it's her. Oh, thank God. We've already done that hard quest. Let's see. Tell me about the situation here. Help your camp. Zaishen. May I ask something else? Are you kidding me? I'm gonna have to do this again. Fuck. There's nothing worse than having to help out refugees. God damn it. Why can't they help themselves? What's wrong with them? It's almost like they've been through a devastating tragedy or something.
Thanks.
God damn it. Alright, what does this guy need?
Thank you. I won't forget.
Okay, medical supplies. Oh, we can just stand here and do this.
You're very kind. Thank you. Any water?
Water. Right here.
You're very kind. Thank you.
I'm so thirsty.
Oh, so am I.
You're very kind. Thank you.
Water, please.
Oh, god damn it. Sorry, Afro Man. We just ran out of water.
Your
God damn
gods
it.
have turned their backs on you. Balthazar
Shaking
has come
tent.
back
Okay,
to
let's do the
save us
tents.
all.
Those are always more straightforward. Wait. Hello? Oh, there we go.
I gave it my all. I feel furious!
You're very kind.
Damn. Choya, that's fine.
You're very
Otherwise known as Joko's sex doll. I gotta say, these guys can't be too organized if they keep on getting fucking animals inside their tents. Fresh water. There was a guy over here who needed fresh water.
Thank you.
At least this is like a rapid fire one. This one's not too bad. We'll go find someone who needs food. Any of you hungry? Anyone hungry?
Throw off the chains of your false gods. Join the.
Oh wait,
your
I can
gods
beat the
have
shit
turned
out of
their
this
backs
person.
on you.
Don't
Balthazar
lie to
has
these
come.
people.
We will
Your
suffer no
holy war
blasphemy.
drove them here.
May Balthazar judge.
Might and glory.
Yeah, Balthazar's dead. Oh god damn it! There was someone who needed food. No, I didn't want to talk to you. I don't talk to refugees. I just give them food. Call me the Greta Thunberg of Guild Wars 2 right now. Never disturb a shaking tent. Leave them some privacy. No, that's even worse. Because then you get more of them.
Thanks.
There we go, finally. Right, you. Give me stuff.
That's valuable.
Do you have anything to trade? I think it's the last one. No, it's not. There it is. God, that's so fucking expensive. Oh my god, that's so fucking expensive. I'm gonna be broke by the end of this fucking quest line. Right, what else? What else? That was easy. 2 down. Okay, takes effect immediately. Collect this egg from the Griffon roosting crystal oasis. I have no idea where that is. Collect this egg from the mesa overlooking the Atari Tablelands. In crystal. Okay, that's got a little more direction to it. The Hatari Tablelands. The fuck are the Hatari Tablelands? You can see the roost as an icon on the map. Oh shit, it's right there. Oh fuck, that was lucky. I'm glad you told me that. Wait till the sky scale. I've heard a lot of bitching about the sky scale, if I'm honest with you. I've heard a lot of people say, you're not a real Guild Wars 2 player until you get the sky scale the right way. There's the wrong way to get it, and there's the right way. I'm gonna probably accidentally do it the wrong way. And pretend I did it the right way. Where do I go from here? Nope. I don't think I can make it up there. Nope. Oh, shit. Shit. I nearly did. I nearly did. There's got to be an easier way up there. Come on. Probably here. And jump. Come on. There we go. There we go. And jump. And jump. It's up there. It's up there. Okay, this wasn't that bad. Man, I'm fucking blasting through this. Holy shit. Skyscale's biggest issue is the time gates. You'll probably want to do those parts not on stream, otherwise it'll be a year before you get the Skyscale. Wait, so they actually time gated getting a hold of the Skyscale. I want to know what the reasoning is for that. I want to know why they thought that they could do that and get away with it. I fucking hate time gating in MMOs. It's one of the worst systems ever decided upon. Is limiting gameplay because they feel like it makes it, I don't know for what fucking reason. I think time gating is a system that shouldn't exist in MMOs. It only exists in my world to try and sell people some pay-to-win system to get rid of the time gate. There we go. Right, Griffon Roost. Interact. With the lack of water and searing heat, it must be extremely difficult to tend to a Griffon egg here. Kidnap a child. Broodmother makes no effort to stop you, she's too weak and fucked up. You sense she wants you to take her egg to Spear Marshals Lament and Vabi. She even seems willing to take you part way there herself. Alright, I'm gonna use this, but I'm not going back there. I'm gonna try and find the other ones. Okay, Hatari Tablelands. No idea where that is. Collect this egg precariously set atop Tetratohedron. I think I know where that is. Collect this egg around the Sanctum of Nubka. No idea where that is. Collect this egg from a cliffside nest below the Griffon Roost. This is the Griffon Roost, and there's another egg somewhere around here. Some mats are time-gated, but can be bought from the trading post. Okay, so you can find a cheap way around it. So, wait, hold on. This is somewhere around here. Below the Griffon Roost. Huh. Where the fuck would they be? I don't see him anywhere. Maybe down there? I'm too weak to protect my egg, but I can give you the egg napper lift. I know. This is just a tired single mother who doesn't want to deal with a child anymore. They decided, I don't want to be a mom. I want to go clubbing. Below the Griffon Roost. I would assume that means it's somewhere here. But I'm not seeing anything. Maybe it's in there. Maybe. No, it can't be in there. No, it can't be down here. She wants you to be the new dad. Don't all single mothers want someone to be the new dad? Isn't that the point? Get him trapped. Get him to sign on the kid's birth certificate. Then it's your problem, not theirs. Maybe it's in here? Maybe when they say below, they mean like in a tunnel somewhere? No, it can't be. Yeah, this one's gonna take me a while. Isn't having a husband gay? Not as gay as having a wife. It's the gayest thing you can do. Just marry a woman. How do you think I know? Women do gay stuff all the time, and you're telling me you want to put your dick inside the gayest thing on planet Earth? Oh, sure you're straight. Uh-huh. Sure, I believe you. We're all gay now. It's 2025. Where in the fuck is this Griffon egg? Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay, well, at least it's not a far distance. Oh, fuck you. Oh, fuck, I don't know why I still had that. Oh, I keep forgetting that exists. I'm so glad I don't have epilepsy.
Reports of creatures driven insane by
Jesus. What if you marry a lesbian as a man? Is that gay? That's just called she turned straight because the bank account got empty. I know a surprising amount of lesbians that I used to be friends with. Or at least, well, I'm friends with most of them still. And it's kind of like a joke where I keep on saying to them, yeah, you're a lesbian, whatever. You married a dude the second you got broke. I keep on making that joke with them. They fucking hate it. I also tell them things like, you know, were you really a lesbian if you were using a dildo with your last partner? Because, you know, it's a dick. It's just a replacement for a dick. All straight men are cucks. We watch porn of some other guy fucking girls we want to fuck. I mean, then stop watching porn. It's that simple.
You can't beat us all.
It's rather simple then. Just don't watch porn. I gotta say, porn has become some real freak shit. My wife's cool, so every now and then we do stupid stuff together. Like real dumb stuff. And one of the things we decided to do the other day was like, we were like, okay, we're gonna actually, neither of us like watch porn. So like, we were like, okay, let's actually see what the fuck people are jerking it to. And we went on to Pornhub, and let me tell you, it was fucking disgusting. It was actually just gross. I can understand why people are so fucked in the head if you're watching porn all the time. Because it desensitizes you to some real gross shit. There you go, have your Tangier dungeon. Right. So, this is the Griffon Roost. And somewhere below us is an egg. And I have no idea where. I don't... Where the fuck did they put this thing? What? I feel like I'm being lied to here.
I feel furious.
Can't think with all these fucking dust mites.
Might and glory.
Right, that's better. Where in the you say glide down to it, right? But there's like several different directions you can glide to. None of them seem to have a griffin's nest below them. Unless it's like way down there. Unless it's like really, really deep down there. Which it doesn't seem to be. It's gonna be somewhere. It's fine. At least it's nearby. I'm sure as soon as I can see the label for it, wherever the fuck the label is, I'll be able to find it. I can confirm it's not on this side. So it's probably on the other side of the map. It's probably somewhere like way down there maybe. Because I dropped down here, I didn't drop all the way down here. Cluster of desert herbs. This is a bunch of fucking Hydra there. I'm sorry, if you're a Griffon and you built your egg nest somewhere near these things, you're fucking retarded. Maybe you deserve to lose that child. Maybe that was nature's way of telling you you didn't deserve to have a kid. Jesus. Okay, fine. Fine, 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 fine. Let's see how long I can survive here. Ow. Ow, ow, ow. Fuck. Jesus Christ. God damn. Oh fuck, the heads are still alive. That's cool as fuck. I didn't even notice that. The heads kind of become snakes that come out. That's such a fucking cool detail. Every now and then this game surprises me with something I never thought they'd do. WoW could never. Okay, so it's probably not here. Let's just get back up here. Look in the heads. Hydras are made of corn. I think you're lying to me. It's gotta be somewhere. Oh, that's the wrong building to jump on. Let me reset. Let me go back up there. Let me get back up there. I've probably like walked past it once or twice already. And I'm just too fucking stupid to register that. Is it like sitting on a ledge here? No, it doesn't look like it. Fuck. Jump. Okay. So I've kind of confirmed that it's nowhere around here. I've confirmed that it's not on this side. And my problem is I don't see it anywhere here. So unless there's like a hidden cave somewhere, then I just keep on missing. Maybe if I look at it from this angle, I'll see something. Nope. No, we couldn't actually stomach it. I'm not going to talk about watching Pornhub on stream with my wife, mostly because we like watched like 2 minutes and we're like, this is some of the grossest and weirdest shit I've ever seen. And like, honestly, it kind of felt kind of creepily rapey because the girl involved she just did not look like she was into it. Maybe it's this ledge. Yeah, there it is. There it is. Some bullshit fucking hidden cave. Of course it was gonna be. At least the egg is still safe. Take the egg. Another single mother griffin has been made. And CPS has come and collected the child. Thank God. Who else would you want raising your children other than the government? Okay, Sanctum of Nakba. Tetratohedron. And Hatari Tablelands. Now, I'm assuming that's going to be linked to the points of interest. There's another one here. There's another one right there, and I left. What? Where's my marker? There. There's another one right there. Now, I left once already. That was dumb as fuck. Your Balthazar, I missed you. I'm too fucking stupid to pay attention to more than one thing at a time. Imagine a jumping puzzle with but with mounts. That would be great. Just hop on the sky scale and then you don't have to worry about anything. Griffon feels kind of cool though. Okay, where did it say in relation to the toe tetrahedron? Let's just make sure I'm still alive after this. There we go. Okay. Toe tetrahedron. Precariously set off. It's all the way at the top, isn't it? Now, I'm sure there's the right way to get there. And then there's the, I'm gonna try and get there the wrong way. Ow. Ow. Come on, heal. Right. Yeah, I can make it to one of those triangles. I can make it there. I can make it there. Jump. There we go. Jump and land. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Just a little bit forward. Fuck. There we go. There's a path. There has to be a path up there. I believe. Right, there's the jumping puzzle bullshit. Jump. That was too far. That was too far. Fuck. Damn it. Jump. Come on. Land. There we go. It's a little bit forward. I'm gonna have to go that way. Fine. Fine. I will use the stupid fucking path. Fine. No, no, no! Fuck. That's gonna make me do shit the right way.
Oh no, you tried to think of your own way up there. But I was molested by my sports coach as a child, so you have to do my jumping puzzle.
Oh, fuck off. Stop knocking me over. There we go. Sick jetpack. It is. It's fucking cool as fuck. It's my favorite jetpack skin so far. Run up here.
Take them out.
Go this way. Go this way. Go up here. Come on. The music makes this worse because it makes me feel like I have to do this in a rush. Right, so I've been to this hero challenge before. How in the fuck am I supposed to get up there from here? Fuck. Come on, land on something. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I think I found it. I think I found it. Whoop, no! Fuck, land. I was so close. I think I see the way up there. I think I can see how I can get up there. I think I see it. Fuck. Now I'm getting too excited. It's up there. I know it's up there. I just have to think about what I'm doing as opposed to just being a retard and jumping. Come on. Come on, it's just a fucking egg on a triangle. It can't be that hard. Maybe there's a way up here? No.
I gave it my all.
Right. Right. Back here. I'm in combat with something. Right. Okay, I'm gonna go to that one. Over there. No! Fuck, I hit the wrong button. Fuck. God damn it. Fuck. Shit.
Take them out.
It's just a triangle. How is it this fucking difficult to just... I did it again. How is it this difficult to climb a fucking triangle? It's a sloped area. And now I'm stuck. Great. I'm actually legitimately stuck.
I need cover.
I'm actually stuck. Holy shit. Oh, you're kidding me. No fucking way. Nope. Slash stuck does nothing. God damn. God fucking damn. I feel like this is gonna be the worst egg. This is gonna be the worst one to get. Yeah, I didn't see any message in chat about that /stuck command. It didn't tell me shit. Okay, maybe there's an easier way up there that I'm just not paying attention to, and I'm trying to do it through the hero point jumping puzzle way. And that's not actually going to be the best way to get up there. Let's try. Let's see. Come on. Fuck yeah. Okay, there we go. There we go. There we go. This seems like a more straightforward path. Fuck. Never mind. Can I make that? Can I make that distance? I think I can. That one. That one right there. There we go. Jump. Oh my god. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. Holy shit, what a strange fucking place that is. Come on, come on, come on. No, 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 land on something. Oh, fuck. Jump. Oh, fuck yeah, finally. What a fucking stupid place for this bird dog to lay a goddamn egg. Jesus, no wonder these griffins are going extinct. Also, cool Balthasar cosplay there. Okay. Hatari Tablelands. And Nabka Crystal Oasis. You know, that is the most disrespectful thing that this game lets you do. We watched that guy die like a bitch and get sucked off by the dragon he was trying to suck off. And the game just lets you fucking mock his death like that. This is like kids cosplaying as Hitler on Halloween just so they can pull out a gun and blow their own brains out. Well played, Guild Wars 2. Okay. Let's see. Hatari Tablelands. I think this is a different area. So it's somewhere here. And it's... Okay, there's the Hatari Tablelands. Where did it say the egg was? From a mesa overlooking the Hatari Tablelands. So that means... Oh, there's hero points here I can get. That probably means it's like here. It's probably somewhere up here. Someone at ArenaNet really hated Balthazar. It's probably a woman. It's probably a woman. You know how it is. They just saw a flaming homosexual man and they just couldn't stand it. He was way too fabulous for them. I'm just now playing through Gyala story, and damn, I can't stand the dialogue scenes, especially the part where they sit down in the tea house. Son, if I've played through it, I can barely remember that, or at least I don't remember the names of it. I don't remember sitting down at a tea house, so I don't think I'm there yet. How do you hate a character when you're writing in yourself? Well, a good example of that is if you look at Akira Toriyama when he was writing Dragon Ball Z, he fucking hated Vegeta. He hated that character so much. That's why he always made him lose in the stories. That's why he made him into like the eternal fucking loser. And people love him. People love Vegeta as a character. And Akira Toriyama personally fucking hates Vegeta. Okay, this is the Hatari Tablelands. Which means I skipped right past the hero points I wanted to do along the way. I'm gonna go back for that. You can look at, like, so what a creator loves and what the people who look at his creation love. It'll always be two separate things. A good example of this as well is the Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory movie with Gene Wilder. Roald Dahl famously fucking despised the shit out of that movie. He hated it so much because he felt like it wasn't true to what his original vision was. Damn it. But people love that movie. I love that movie. I think it was an amazing story. I think Gene Wilder is an exceptional actor, and he does a great job of it. And I think if they made anyone else Willy Wonka in that fucking movie, it would have been a fuck up by comparison.
You should have seen these back when they were working right.
Fucking might as well get this.
Scavengers took apart the switches.
Would you like to play a memory game?
Light up. Want to play the old memory game for old time's sake?
What sort of memory game? I like to teleport the switches up around you in a pattern, and you repeat the pattern back to me. Each round goes faster than the last, and we keep going until you've beaten 3 rounds. Teleport the switches. Yes, wait, oh fuck. Yes, the devices were used to traverse the desert before mounts became common. They were operated by lighting those freestanding switches in a specific sequence, which travelers had to replicate. Alright, let's try again.
Watch the sequence I light up for you. When the pattern completes, repeat it by touching the switches in the same order.
Okay. So, are we gonna... Oh great, so I'm going into this blind. I fucked this up.
So close. We'll get it next time.
Right, I didn't even know they were behind me, but...
You want to try it again? Watch the sequence.
Alright, there we go.
When the pattern completes, repeat it by touching the switches in the same order.
He kind of fucked me over. Okay, so this one. This one. This one. This one. Okay, so this is where...
Try it a bit faster.
This is where the Asura stole their passwords from. Okay. Top right, bottom left. Top left. Bottom right. So a big X, and then you finish off on that one. Then this one. Then this one. Then that one. I'm gonna fuck this last one up.
Taking me back. Keep it up.
Hold on. Yeah, I actually gotta focus here. Okay. That one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. That one, that one, that one, that one, that one, that one. That. 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 Please be right. Please be right.
It's all skill.
Hey, there we go.
Seems like old times. All that's missing from this experience is a good old-fashioned Hydra attack.
Yeah, we'll skip that.
That's how I ended up here. Never saw it coming.
Maybe you shouldn't have been playing fucking puzzle games in the goddamn desert then, huh? Maybe there's a reason you died. Simon says the MMO. That's the entire Asura password network. Every single Asura is basically using QWERTY as a password for every single piece of technology they have. Fuckers. Okay, commune with this place of... Okay, so this is just standoff. I thought I was gonna have to fight something. Fantastic. Hero points. I can start finally working on Hollowsmith. Finally. So what the fuck did you send me? I found them. The Eyes of Cormier. You know what the worst part is? I bet that even if she had her eyes, she wouldn't gain any usefulness. She lost her eyesight because they didn't do anything for her. And I think if she did somehow magically get them back, she would still be just as useless as she was previously. Cormier really is the god of disappointment. No wonder Joko took over so easily. That useless bitch couldn't do anything if she tried. God damn it, what a terrible god. And still somehow people are praying to her. So what's this? I kind of just want to see what's down here. Okay, that's not what I'm looking for. It's going to be the mesa up here, probably. Jump. Oh, can't get high enough. But maybe I can jump on their balls. No, oh, come on. God damn it. Come on. Fuck. Don't tell me I'm trapped down here. Jump. Come on. Come on. There we go. Jump. Get me on the other side. There we go. There you go. What point in the story are you currently? I've just finished chapter 1 of Living Worlds season 4. Massive disappointment. Gigantic L. We can't side with Joko, the objectively morally correct person in the story. And on top of that, Braham and Timey got back into the story. And somehow, Timey is not fucking dead. Timey should 100% be dead. Okay, so I can't go up here. The mesa overlooking the Hatari Tablelands. Maybe it's there. Maybe I gotta jump on the balls. Come on. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that might have been a gunshot. That might have been someone with a gunshot. I'm gonna pretend that it's not. I hope it's not.
It's burning me.
Okay, so it's not here. You're just enjoying the show. The mesa overlooking the Hatari Tablelands. This seems like a mesa to me. Is it over there, maybe? It's gotta be somewhere here. Maybe it's over here somewhere. Maybe it's here. Oh wait, it's right there. It's fucking... the text is right there. Oh, damn it.
Smash them!
The thing is, I heard one loud bang outside. but I'm not hearing multiple, which generally is not a sign of gunfire in my country. Usually people mag dump. Usually it's like several loud bangs followed by some screaming. But I'm not hearing any screaming, so it's probably not. Let's see. At least the egg is still safe. Take the Griffon egg. And another useless single mother appears. Okay. That leaves one more. One more. Sanctum of Nakba. Sweetheart, do you know what that loud bang was? You're not alert. Okay? Sanctum of Nakba. The Bay of Elon Musk, not there. Forged Foothold, Ilona Reach. Diviner's Passage. The Sanctum of Nakba. If you have a cat, please show. No, it's not a cat. Well, I do have a cat, but she's downstairs asleep. My dog's up here. So I keep my dogs with me in the night, mostly because they want to be here, but also because they are very good as an alarm system. So if something is kind of fucked up, they will immediately tell me. Because they've been trained to do so. So if there is something going on, they will come nudge me and be like, yo, it's time to move. Sanctum of Nakba. I am not seeing the Sanctum of Nakba anywhere. Is it a waypoint? I mean, a point of interest? Maybe it's, yeah, I mean, I haven't been there. Jump. There we go. Might as well see if I can get this while I'm here. I mean, it's free progression towards another hit, mastery point.
Might and glory. I can't see.
Maybe this will give me some idea of what the fuck's going on here. This is actually really cool map design. Right, let's see what's down here. I'm so glad that the skimmer just doesn't drop like a rock out of the sky and you can actually glide kind of with it.
Can I help orient you?
So it's not here. Temple of Uselessness. Maybe it's here. Maybe it's that area.
Are we really descendants of Koss?
It'll probably take you a year to get it, but new skimmer is nice. Wait, new skimmer? Wait, there's a secondary skimmer? I thought it would... I suppose people have been saying that the new expansion has been focusing on the skimmer. Maybe in a sense that means... Oh wait, this is the one with the weird fucking tunnels and stuff, isn't it? Oh, please don't tell me I need the sand dog for that. Please don't tell me I need the sand dog. God damn it. Maybe there's a way around it.
Watch yourselves. Very bogus.
Maybe I can
looking
cheat
around
my way
here.
there.
The little ones are more dangerous than they look, too.
Surely there's a way I can scam artist my way up there. Maybe there. And then I can get up. Maybe. Oh, that ledge is not going to be big enough, is it? No, come on. Fuck. Maybe if I jump. Damn it. There has to be a way I can scam my way around this. I need to try and do this like a piece of shit. Skimmer got new masteries in VOE that makes them closer to a flying mount. That's nice. That's nice. I'm glad that they didn't just abandon the concept like they do with half the stuff in the game. Honestly, I'm still kind of mad at Guild Wars 2 for abandoning underwater combat so quickly. It's kind of like such a... I don't even know how to say it. It's like the biggest disappointment ever what they did with underwater combat. When it could have been so fucking cool. Jump. Come on. There we go. Oh, I can get up there. I can get up there. If I aim this right, I can get up there. Damn it! No, I know there's a way I can do this. I know there's a way I can get around this. Hop! There we go. Right. Sanctum of lick my nuts. Mastery Sandog 3 for what? For fucking what? Oh. Oh, that's what for. Fuck. Oh, come on. Come on, come on. Make it, make it, make it, make it. Fuck. Damn it. Okay, this is the Sanctum of Nakba, so this is definitely the right area. At least I know this is the right area. And where did it say it was? The top, probably. Yeah, it's on a pillar. I'm gonna see if I can use the bunny horse to cheat this. Definitely not getting up there. Nope, not getting up there either. I'm sure there's a way I can scam my way out of not needing that third mastery. Jump. Jump. Come on, come on. Fucking tree. Come on. There we go. Up. Okay. If I can locate which pillar it's on, I can then maybe glide my way towards it. Maybe. Oh, it's right there. No, that's not it. Is it there? Oh, don't tell me it's all the way up there. Because you can be teleported in pretty easily if you want to cheese it. For full Asmongold experience, you could ask the chatter to portal you. No, I'll pass on the portal. I genuinely want to see if it's possible to cheese this without needing the sand dog. I'm just wondering how and which pillar. Atop a pillar around the sanctum. So it's one of the ones around the sanctum. It's not actually one of the ones in the center of the sanctum based on the description. One of the pillars around it. It's not one of these ones. Maybe it's one of... Maybe if I can get to the central piece, I can see exactly where I'm supposed to go. So maybe the trick here, without getting the sand dog, is to actually go up here and then try from there. Maybe I can do that. Should you tell me which pillar? No. Let me struggle. That's the joy in this game, is trying to figure things out by being a continual retard. I love doing that. I love having no information about the stuff and trying to figure it out. Oh! Oh, can I get up here? Oh, fuck, there's an invisible wall. Damn it. Oh, come on. That's bullshit. You can make that jump and it won't let you. Okay, let's try and locate the fucking egg first. Let me just go the easy way. Go here. And then I'll go from here. Oh. Shit. Wait, there might be a way to do this. There might be a way to do this. Maybe. There might be a way to cheese this. Come on. Come on. Jump! Oh, just barely. Just barely. Okay, I just need a pillar that's just a little bit higher than that. A little bit higher than that and I'm good. Maybe I can use this. Maybe there's a way to do it with this. This seems to be a higher position. Jump. Oh, come on. Fuck. Nearly. It's possible. It's possible. It's doable. It's doable. It's doable. Full spring skin. I know. It's fucking awesome. It really feels inspired by Diablo. Sand Dog Mastery 3 for fucking what, huh? For what? Whoop, okay. Go to the lower pillar first. There we go. Oh, you need the sand dog to get this egg? Uh-huh, sure. Sure you do. Certainly. Definitely. I can see they've laid out this whole level with all the sand around you to give you all these environmental hints. But who the fuck needs that? Who the fuck needs that? Amazing. I can't believe it. I've done that collection. Okay, so this is the way I wanted to plan this out, right? This is the way I intended to plan this out. So, there are... Where is it? Where's the fucking story? there are five more components of the story to do when it comes to Living World Season 4. There are 4 more components to do for the collections. So the way I'd planned this out was I'd wanted to do one of the stories of Living World Season 4 and then get a piece of the collection. I've now done Chapter 1 and done one of the pieces of the collection. I'm gonna now do Living World Season 4 Chapter 2. Then I'm gonna do another piece of the collection. Also because this will help me get that last mastery point I need for the Sand Dog. That's how... I'm gonna be right back. Right. Unfortunately, for me, it seems like this is now becoming my problem. What's going on here? That's unfortunate. I'll let you do your Tangier dungeon. I'll let you get that done. But unfortunately, it looks like I'm going to have to go deal with something that I don't want to have to deal with again. Which is getting fucking annoying. God damn it. I wish I lived in a stable country. I wish this wasn't a reality. But I'll let you finish your Tangier dungeon first. Sand Dog for what, huh? So, I'm really fucking glad that this collection is not nearly as bad as the Salad Bowl collection is. I'm so fucking glad that it's not nearly as fucking bad. It actually feels really good doing this collection. It actually feels satisfying, it's interesting, it makes you think, especially when you don't have the masteries you need. I think it's just super fucking cool. Unfortunately, I have to fuck off. I have a dangerous situation to kind of go and deal with. Maybe dangerous, maybe not. Hopefully my neighbors dealt with it, but it doesn't sound good what I'm hearing out there. Hopefully the mic's like, you know, cutting out the noise coming in from the background there, so you're not hearing all what's going on in the background. It's a little bit irritating. Some part of the Griffon might take longer because you need to do certain events that might not always be active. That's fine. That's fine. I'm kind of enjoying it. I'm kind of enjoying the fact that they've put this collection in here, that it's integrated directly into the world. You know what I don't like? I don't like it when there's these weird random achievement board bullshit things that are not a direct component of the environment or the world around them. I'm not seeing that in Guild Wars 2. It looks like someone put a lot of thought and effort and energy into going out of their way to try and make everything as integrated into the world as possible. Not really hearing it, only hearing that bike guy earlier. I didn't even hear the bike guy. Just wait until he has to do 3 jumping puzzles in a row without a death to get the Griffon. Oh, for fuck's sakes, that better not be true. You better be fucking with me. You better be fucking with me. Right, anyway, I don't know what you're all doing here. You should go live your goddamn lives. You should go be doing your own thing. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. Thankfully, I didn't go out of my way and miss entire fucking subs like I did last time. I still feel like a bastard for that. Except for you, 8X. I missed the bits that you donated earlier. I appreciate that. And also, Manosaurus and Scoundrel Sid. I'm sorry, I did actually miss your subs. I'm a fucking idiot. I'm sorry for that. But I gotta go. Go live your life. I don't know what you're doing here. Stop being mentally ill. Go be like Super Mango Man. Go be like him. Go be a cool Down syndrome person somewhere else. Now that I think I do have enough time to go check if Fandral is up, or maybe Muckluck or someone else is streaming. We'll hop into them. We'll go harass them quickly. We'll go set that up. And then I'm gonna be on my way. God damn it. Right.
Hi, Trev. Define
You know what? Perfect timing. I know exactly who to go and fucking harass right now. I know whose life to make a nightmare. I'm gonna go send you off to harass Blue Squadron. I'll see you all later. Have a good time. Remember, the only acceptable thing to do with Blue Squadron is to ask him for feet pics of his Black Desert Online characters. He will gladly hand them out at request. Apparently he's got the perfect thong cosplay. Ask him to show it to you. I'll see you all later. Have a good time. Goodbye for now. Let's just set this up. I'm gonna have to go deal with someone who's firing a gun outside my house right now. Unfortunately. I'll see you all later. Goodbye. Where is it? Come on. There you go. There you go, enjoy. I'll see you all later. I gotta go deal with something. Bye.